And it looks like we are live, which is always a good thing, right? I mean, otherwise you wouldn't be able to see me, maybe, unless you were medium. Making no strokes at the beginning. Hi, I'm the ocean. This is the ocean's deep woo. What do? We do woo. Yeah, the deepest of woo. That's what we do. See, the thing is, woo, uh, well, people have their different ways of defining that. But what it is here, defined as, is everything supernatural, everything uh, wooish, um, basically everything from spirituality to cryptids to aliens to magic to shamanism. I'm a shamanic practitioner. Everything. We do it here. We talk about it here. It's fair game. Hey, Pam, I am. Hey, I am Pam. Oh, wait, no, you're Pam. Hi, Pam, I am. So basically, if you like stuff that's woo, you might like it here. And we also have some wonderful chatters that come in. Today, we're going to be discussing the Ophiucus full moon. And what in the heck is that? What does that even mean? It's a good question. I'm just, like when I first heard it, it's like, oh, what? So, um, I'm going to explain a little bit about Ophiuchus. And not all astrology even accepts Ophiuchus as a sign, as a 13th sign. But apparently it was a 13th sign in the past. And now in this new age, the age of Aquarius, they are bringing it back up and again, bringing it back in, or at least some versions of the zodiac are of the astrology. Sidereal astrology, tropical astrology doesn't, but sidereal astrology does, I guess. But anyway, some forms of astrology do, and me being somebody who knows about astrology, something about astrology, studied it a little bit, but not probably a full-fledged astrologer. I don't have all the ephemerises, or is it ephemerae, or whatever. But and all that. I never did all that, but I can pretty much understand a chart. Pardon me for yawning. I do that quite often when I'm doing my spiritual practices. I yawn a lot. I don't know, maybe I need extra air, oxygen. Anyway, so I thought I would explain a little bit about what how did they come up with this, what it is, when it is, and why it's showing up here in this at this time, you know, in June. And so, the 2nd of June, June is going to be a big month. I'm also going to talk a little bit about what June's going to be like, what I think June's going to be like. But, and basically, I'll give you a spoiler alert. The whole darn summer's going to be pretty wild. A lot of reverses, a lot of things going on. I keep saying that, and you're starting to see it now, aren't you? You're starting to see it. But yeah, it's going to continue. That is definitely going to continue. And it's going to get bigger. It's only only gonna get bigger. It's not gonna get smaller for not for a long time. Um, so anyway, your screen changed, Pam. What did it change to? Who knows? I can't do very much from this. Hey, how you doing, Zaid? Who's Zaid? Who said you could be here? Who said you can? That's okay. You can be here. I'm just teasing you. Where does that name come from anyway? Is it a character name from something? Good. How am I? I am groovy. I'm an Ophiucus. And sometimes I do cuss. I do sometimes. Ophiucus do cuss sometimes. Anyway, Ophiucus. It sounds like something.
Hey, Dee.
Oh my gosh!
Hey,
Pam, you can just cut right in like this. This is so cool.
yeah.
Oh, it's so cool.
I thought I would jump in. I have to practice. You gave me access,
Yeah.
so I got to figure all this out. Hi,
Oh, I gave you
everybody. Hi, Zaid.
access. So nice.
Is it Zaid or
Yeah,
Zoid?
a Zaderzoid. I
Zaid. Is
gave
it
you access, so
Zaid
now you
Khan?
got to
Okay.
practice.
Now I got to practice. So, yeah, I thought I'm sitting out here on my porch in my swing with the
Could be
dogs.
surprised at any time.
Yeah, so I thought I would jump in. Now, I don't have to speak or anything, but I just thought I'd jump in so I can kind of learn how this all
Yes, you
works.
do have to speak. Yes, you
Okay.
do. Okay. Oh, you can come on in and speak. What the heck? Hey, Rebecca Broom, how you doing? Rebecca's in. I don't know if you can see from where you are what's going on here. But anyway, yeah, it's a party. It's a party. It's a party. You can say what you want to.
Yeah.
It's my party. You can say what you want to. I would say it too if I were you. And I'm not you, but you know. Anyway, yeah, I'm there. No, I haven't been drinking.
No,
Nobody's.
I have my
No,
pop
I'm
here.
like this. It's just the way I am. I don't need to drink to get like this.
Well, I wanted to learn how to do some of this stuff. Like I can start comments.
Cool.
I can delete or ban or put users in timeout from this perspective. So I still have some stuff from your admin side. So, and then I've
Cool.
got access to banners and brand. Okay, so let's go ahead and go on with the show, and you do what you were going to do. And
Hey, yes, it's such a nice surprise to have you come on in. Come on in. And, if somebody else wants to come in and say a few words, let me know too. If you have something to discuss about this, I will throw that link and you can come in and put your 2 cents in worth too. Pam, how about this? How about this practice? Why don't you roll the credits? Which, if you can roll brand, it's this. Let me go to that so that I can see it and see if you can roll credit.
if I go down, I
The
see all of
intro.
your, yeah, I see all of your logos.
Okay, so it is the. Wait a minute. The one that I
Countdown.
am using is
Countdown.
actually no. 1,
Okay.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's the 7th one. It says Deep Woo. It's the one right before my fingers opening a fortune cookie. Let's see if you can get
Oh,
it to
is it
roll.
this Pixart, 53
Right.
seconds or 50? Yeah. Okay. You want me to go ahead?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
everybody, I'm going to run
Roll
the
it.
credits for the show.
Yep. No, you can do it.
Yay.
Yeah, Zaid is asking for Lady Spellbreaker, but I can't call while I'm streaming, so
Yeah,
I cannot call her. However, I'm hoping she sees that I'm on. Hope so.
I think she will.
Hey, it's
Hi,
James
James.
Ortiz. How you doing?
Hi, Rebecca.
I have made Pam one of my core subscribers. Um, I have made her an administrator for the channel. So you might be seeing a lot more of Pam, which is going to be good because that's cool. Um,
Now, most nights I won't show myself usually, but no.
well, you look good. You know who you are. You look marvelous. So,
I'm gonna say your hair
so
looks really good today, Dee. Yeah,
oh, well, thank you. Thank
it
you.
does. It looks really good.
The bangs are off to the side and they're getting long now. And so they're going to be
Yeah.
I'm going to be changing styles up a little. Um, we're going to, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm just going to let the spirit move me. So, just let that spirit move me. And gee, hell, if I could only get my face to look as good as my hair. But I'm kidding. Okay.
No, you look marvelous too.
I look marvelous, do
You
I?
look marvelous.
Thank you. I'm trying. I'm trying to be pretty for y'all.
Oop,
Because you got
oop.
to have something to look at, I mean, geez. Anyway, I cannot from my phone, I can't like run certain things from here. Like I can't, put up tabs and put on videos and stuff. I'm
Yeah.
wondering if you have that capability.
Well, I could if I was on my laptop, but I'm on my phone tonight too.
Okay.
But
So
it
I
does
just
say,
wondered.
yeah, it does say when you sign in that you have a lot more features in on a computer, on a desktop or laptop than you do on the phone.
I somehow got it. Oh, you are the guest. Okay, it's listing you as guest backstage, but you're not.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
thank you, Zaid. Um, thank you, Zaid. He's just wanting Lady Spellbreaker to come in, so there be three of us gorgeous glam chicks up here. Anyway, glam chicks. Anyway, so yeah. The Ophiucus is the 13th sign of the zodiac that is not recognized by all the zodiacs, but it is in between Scorpio and very mystical sign, very, very mystical sign between Scorpio and Sagittarius. And it has some unusual properties. It is between, I think, is it the 18th? Gosh, I had all this memorized. The 22nd and the 18th, I think. But anyway, it's right in between Scorpio and Sagittarius and has qualities of both, actually. But I guess some people are saying the element is fire. Some people are saying it is ether. I would claim both. I would also say, um, hmm. Oh, Lady Spellbreaker's still alive right now? Wow. She must be going a while. Geez, I didn't know she was even on today. I didn't get any note. I didn't get any notification. See, I never get any notification for her. It kind of pisses me off. Well, it really pisses me off. If I don't know she's coming on, I have no clue. It pisses me off. YouTube, you're being bad. You're being bad. Bad, bad, bad. Um, so Ophiuchus is some of you probably already heard us talk a little bit about it. It's Serpentarius, the snake bearer. It has a lot to do with healing. They associate it with Asclepius, which was a Greek healer, said to be able to be such a great healer as to be able to raise the dead. Now, I happen to be born in this sign, if you are counting it. And, but really, when I read the deeper stuff on Ophiuchus, I never am sure how to say, but I guess most people Ophiuchus. Um, it it has some depth to it. It really does, because I guess there is some of the best and worst aspects of Scorpio and Sag, which is pretty scary if you think about it. Um, Now, it's interesting because I was thinking about this. I know two other Ophiuchuses that I know they are Ophiuchus, and they are both stalked people. Right now, you won't be seeing either of them because both of them are being stalked and they're hiding. And a lot of times, a lot of the links that Heather Dawn gave me was explaining it more. And it's like, this is the kind of thing that happens to Ophiuchus, is you end up with, these strange enemies. You end up with all kinds of things. You can end up with stalking. You can end up with all kinds of people who just take a notion and don't like you. And we're kind of suspicious. We tend to be kind of suspicious people of things because I guess we've had many lives, and Ophiuchus has had many lives where they've been killed for their talents. Um, you know, and I remember one time Gemini was doing a reading, and she says, "You have been burned many times. You have been burned." And I said, "Yes, I know." So, I have had lots of lives where I was killed. Yeah, I know that, because some of them I kind of remember that. And, it's not a comfortable sign to be. It never has been. I have always found it to be challenging to be an Ophiuchus, even though I didn't know I was an Ophiuchus. Now, when I was younger, if you would have said your birth sign is going to change in your lifetime, it's like, what? Are you talking about progress chart? No, I'm not talking about progress chart. Your birth sign. I wouldn't have believed you. But yeah, if you they weren't counting that sign for a long time. So to me, it's like suddenly I have this new sign. Oh, Oh yeah, I don't know what to say. I didn't know she was live. So, um, yeah. So, it was that you that just typed that, Pam?
Yes,
It was
I
you.
was commenting on his, post, and
Oh, yeah,
it
it's
comes
coming
as
out as
you.
me saying it.
Yeah, I just saw that.
Oh no, you
Sometimes
can
that
put words in
happens.
my mouth. Well, it's a good thing I can
No,
trust you.
I was hoping it would let me do it, but okay. So now we know.
Obfuscate, to throw into shadow, dark, and confuse. Obfuscate. Gee, I know a guy who obfuscates very well. He's this dude who thinks he knows a lot about science. He really is good at obfuscating. Obfuscating, are you obfuscating me? Well, I don't mean to confuse anybody, or obfuscate, but yeah, I didn't know she was still alive. If I did, maybe it would have changed things. But we're rolling now, and so there's not really very much I can do about that except just go on with the show. Sorry to say. Yeah, didn't know. I heard that she was going to be on Thursday and Friday. I didn't know she was going to even be on tonight. So anyway, on with the explanations here. So being an Ophiucus, and I also have, um, well, Pluto, I guess, is going through that. Uh, yeah, geez. With all of the activity that Pluto is having, so really, yeah, Ophiuchus is death and rebirth. It would also be the card of death and rebirth. Wow, this would be interesting because one time I had a reading where they were telling me, did you realize that you and the angel of death, who turns out to be Azrael, who never fell, by the way, that's a misunderstanding. Azrael, did you know that you and the angel of death are actually good friends, companions in the other world? It's almost like your colleagues, your friends, your close friends. You know, I said, well, that would make sense since I open and close portals and I do all these crossing overs. I do mass crossing overs on a pretty regular basis to keep things moving smoothly here because having a lot of disembodied spirits around is really hard on um, the living. So I think it is related to the hidden sign. The absence of the 13th sign is the confusion. Yes, to make obscure. Uh-huh. Yes. It is not as easy to see, but it's sometimes shown standing on Scorpio. So it's right over practically on top of Scorpio. And the actual configuration of stars kind of looks like a house sort of tipped over with a couple of legs coming out of the bottom of it, coming out of the sides. Something, it's kind of a strange shape. So, the interesting thing is, uh, I have died and returned. Of course, I have spoken of that many times. I have had my near death experience. I also do a lot of crossing overs. Apparently, Ophiuchus, keep saying it wrong, apparently was known for being able to raise the dead. It was being such a great healer, they could raise the dead. Now, I don't know if I've ever raised the dead. Okay. I'm not sure that's going to happen. But, if the opportunity presents itself, I might try that. However, it's certainly an interesting idea. Oh, okay. You are a Scorpio. Oh, you might be too if you fall in the parameters of the sign. You might, Rebecca. Time to eat. They make good sandwiches and have good chips where you are. Okay, that means you won't have time to type. We understand. So you can, I guess, maybe he's just listening. Um, yeah, you might. You might want to check the dates, Rebecca, because you might be in Ophiucus too. And if so, we have a plethora. I love that word, plethora. We have a plethora of Ophiucus because several, I remember when we were first talking about this with Heather, several people in chat were Ophiuchus. And I'm like, wow, what are the odds? Because it's a kind of an unusual sign. It's a more narrow definition than a Sag or a Scorpio. You know, it's fewer days in there. And and how odd that most of us would be Ophiuchus. I mean, that's a very odd thing. So we've got this full moon coming up, and full moons are usually the receiving time when you're receiving things. Some people use it to start their intentions. I start my intention at the new moon. Some people use the full moon as the asking time. But whichever way you do it, the full moon, then when it wanes, is a time for lessening, decreasing, or getting rid of things. The leading up to the full moon is intentions of what you want to grow or make larger. It's kind of an easy way to remember it. As the moon's getting larger, so are your intentions growing. You know, your manifestation is growing. And then after the full moon, it has this energy more of going into a uh, gradual lessening of whatever. So when you're using the energies, it's kind of nice to know where you are in a cycle so that you can ride those energies. Because if you push against a cycle, you're actually working against yourself. It's easier to ride the tide than to try and swim against it, you know? So uh, here we are at an Ophiuchus full moon, and I'm probably going to be on at some point on Friday, Thursday or Friday. I'm not sure yet. Um, I'm not sure how to celebrate it. I used to dance. You know, it's funny because I used to dance with a snake. There was a beautiful corn snake named Cornelius at this one place I used to go for drum circles. And he loved to dance. He loved to get up on my shoulders and have me dance with him. He just loved that. And he was a very, very friendly guy. And I had another little snake that liked to sit on my shoulder and tickle my ears. And she kind of liked to dance too. So it's kind of funny how that happens. But of course, this being related to healing, as you know, the snakes on the caduceus, which is the medical healing symbol, are related to this, even though that caduceus is also related to Hermes Trismegistus. Um, so we've got an energy of healing, and we've also got an energy of raising from the dead. Meanwhile, Pluto is doing his thing, and I think he's still in retrograde for a while. So, yeah, for a while yet. So, wow, you know, what a season we've got coming up. It's going to be a life and death season, looks like. It's going to be a time of things dying and a time of other things being newly born and things being resurrected, perhaps too. So, and it's true, because if you look at what's happening socially and politically, there is a lot of deaths happening, so to speak, in a manner of speaking. There's also, I can't think of any resurrections yet, but I can definitely think of some deaths that are happening. I would say the boycotts that are going on are really big, because I mean, we are literally bringing down mega corporations with our boycotts. And so far, everybody who is offended is, I mean, we have a lot of people just automatically, if you offend them now, they're going to boycott. They're calling a boycott. And now we've got, let's see if I can remember. They're boycotting Bud Light because of Dylan. They're boycotting all of Anheuser-Busch, in fact. Right now, people are just boycotting Anheuser-Busch. They've moved over to Coors or something. They're boycotting Nike for another. Oh geez, Maybelline. All of the corporations that, okay, Target for having the woke and satanic stuff in their storefront for toddlers, for kids. Let's see, Adidas is now on the list. They keep adding people. I mean, every single corporation, it goes on the list, and people are just boycotting it. And actually, it is working, because Anheuser-Busch is now scrambling for partners, people to partner with that are going to give them a better image. Okay. It was one of the first ones that we started with. Now, me, it's the easiest boycott ever for me. I don't use any of these things. I have exactly one pair of very old Nikes that I bought, I think, like 10 years ago or something, and don't even wear. So for me, like boycotting this, I never used it too much to begin with. I hardly ever would go to Target anyway, and not interested in Adidas. Well, Adidas maybe, um, but really Maybelline when I was a kid, but now I've moved on to other stuff. I mean, none of this really affects me, so I can't say that I'm helping much, but I do have to say I'm impressed, because I have been for years now, for decades, saying vote with your money, because corporations only acknowledge money. That's that they don't care about who you vote for. They'll buy them, if they can, right? They'll find some way to buy them. But if you vote with your money, they have to listen to you now. If we say no, we ain't buying your shit, they have to listen, because their bottom line goes down. And what corporations are all about, the bottom line, and they actually have a responsibility to their shareholders to get them that money in their hands. So that's what's happening, and I see that is Anheuser-Busch being one of our oldest, an institution, in itself, is going down. It's dying. Maybe Disney's the latest. Disney, the last one I saw is Disney's Cinderella had a beard and a mustache, and people are very enraged by that. So this is a big thing. This is happening. So we're watching it, and we're also watching the death of our political system as we know it is coming up, I think, because we've always known that there was corruption, Lady Spellbreaker, Heather. Hey, I didn't know you were on today
Hey.
even. They didn't even tell me. Nobody, no, I mean,
I
they,
did see her. I did see her come on earlier. I was shopping when I saw it.
okay. Hey, anyway, you want to come in, or maybe you don't feel like it, but if you feel like it, let me know and I'll throw the link. Or now, Pammy can do it.
I know. Where is the link? Is it under band or brand?
You
Oh,
went down at the bottom, it says guests,
okay.
and if you
Oh,
hit guests, it will
oh.
give you a pop-up. Okay, we'll see what I'm doing. You'll be gone for an hour. Okay, I don't know I don't know who's going to show up, and I don't know
I will.
what all I have no idea what I'm doing today. None at all. Not. I just came on because I just felt it, sorry that it was like on top of the end of years, but I didn't know.
I had to
But
post it as you, Dee.
okay, that's fine. Just don't get anybody pissed off at me, okay? Or try not to. I like that chair is that a chair? Is it one of those fancy chairs?
It's one
I
of
always
those
wanted one.
pods. Here, let me see. Yeah, just a second.
I always wanted one of those. Oh, you bitch, you bitch, you bitch, you bitch. No, I'm kidding.
I'm just kidding. I don't know if you guys can see it. Can you see it?
That's really cool. I love
Yeah.
those. Yeah, I always wanted one of those.
Yeah, they call them
Yeah, this is going to be really intense. And
pod.
by the way, I am going to make some pendulums, really, and charge them on this full moon. I'm an Ophiucus making pendulums and charging them in an Ophiucus moon. Now that ought to be pretty cool. So I'm going to take the stones and all of my stuff that I use, and I'm going to charge it in the Ophiucus moon. So if
Lady,
you're interested,
Lady
back,
Spellbreaker,
back,
are you backstage as are you
Beck's
backstage?
broom.
Beck's broom?
Are you Beck's broom? Who's back there? Oh, hello, sister. Okay, you are backstage. Okay, Dove. You're not coming in as that though.
Yeah. She goes, "Oh, it's Rebecca."
Oh, it's Rebecca.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Rebecca.
Okay. There you are.
I
Hey,
just wanted
hey,
to say hi.
Rebecca.
I just wanted my hair's all messy. I'm like,
Hey.
I wanted to say hi and put my face to my name now because I have your face to your name, and you know,
Yeah.
and
Oh,
and I never.
hi there.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Hello.
Yeah,
Nice to meet you too.
I'm the brave one. I'm the one that puts my face out here all the time.
Hmm.
So
I do a lot of.
believe me, it took a while.
I found you on Max Vision's channel. On one of the first times I went to his channel, and then you were mentioning you were doing stuff later, and I've been following you ever since and joining as many of your readings and sessions as I can. So,
Oh, wow. Yeah, I
yeah.
noticed.
And then
Oh,
I do a lot of paneling. I do a lot of paneling, only for the last month or so. But I'm just wanted to say hi, ladies.
you do a lot of paneling. What does that mean exactly? Maybe
I
I'm
join YouTube panels. That's how I met Max. Was
oh,
on London McLovin's panel. I've only been doing it for about 6 weeks. But I've spent a fair bit of time. Most of my off time is spent on, hanging out on panels with people. I'm not
what's your
here to.
specialty?
Yeah. I just went yesterday to start producing content, but I didn't realize that I need to verify who I am with YouTube. So I'm a little bit delayed. but I do
Well,
plan.
that's going to be cool. Let us know. But what is your specialty? You know, what are you doing? What is your content going to be about? What's it mostly going to be? Tell us a little bit.
Well, I guess in these circles I could be more frank than, but out if I was answering to sort of normies out in the world, I'd say I would call it conspiratainment.
Conspiratainment. I like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah,
I
just
might
so they don't
steal
get they don't get put off. But I think it's more like I'm really interested. I've always been I guess I've always been a conspiracy theorist. Now we know a lot of it to be true. I always knew a lot of it was true, but I tend to bring I try and bring a angle of hope. I see a lot of the things you say, Dee, hits home with me in terms of where we come from, where we're going. You know, I think they colonized eternity. I'm not here for a spiritual dip into a meat suit, right? I don't plan to be spirit to meat back to spirit kind of dealio. Take my meat suit with me, or bring or stay, you know, become sovereign in it
Your
again. I
little
don't know.
avatar that you're playing the game with. That's the way I think of it. It's like a little avatar that I'm playing this game with. You know, I'm playing a role here.
Mm-hmm.
It's a role playing game. It's obviously a learning game. I'm just tuning right now, so keep talking.
Nice. But I guess if people were to ask me what interests me is, you know, I know that the enemy worships. You know, I know that we're here on this planet with an enemy, right? Now, whether they're like us or not like us, or exactly like, no, I'm not. We're still trying to figure that out. But I think that we've been fed a lot of propaganda. I try and sift through that. You know, try and do it from a overview of all sorts of scriptures. You know, like I'm not the scripture one. I just mean like I interpret it. I just think that I'm trying to figure out what our story is. You know, like what's our story, just like everyone else.
What is our real history?
Yeah,
exactly. What is our story? Where do we really come from? We don't really know. They're
I think
not
the world.
letting us know.
Yeah, and I think the world's run by I'm going to call them hermaphroditic pederasts, right? And pederast, and I only say that because I think technically at one point they were legitimately homosexual. Like, I mean, I think that they might have been able to breed with one another and produce children. And that's what homosexuality would be.
Legitimately hermaphroditic. Well, supposedly we all were at one time.
Yeah, we might, exactly, right? So, but I don't know if
There's a legend out of Africa that we got separated into two genders a long time ago.
I think that's their story. I think that's their story. I think they changed their form to fit in with us. I think they steal our eggs. I think they use our biological material. I think they need our blood. I think that they're from out of this world and they're not meant to be here.
Let me shorten that down to we're on a farm.
Yeah.
Yep. They're playing Farmville.
Yeah, exactly.
But
so
we're not the farmers. We're the cattle.
Yeah.
But I'm not anymore. It's like, they take everything. We're just like little bees for them. We make all kinds of useful things for them.
Exactly.
And that's F that. It's like quit creating their shit for them. That's what I'm saying. Do not buy into what they're saying. They want you to create with the fear mongering. They want you to create that situation. I keep getting readings that, is this really going to happen? No. Are we really going to die of a solar flare burning us all to hell? No, we're really not. We're really not. Are we really going to have a nuclear war that kills everybody? No, we're really not. Is the world going to do a fast flip and turn us all into egg salad? No, it's not. Or meat salad, I guess it would be, right? Ham salad. But, that's another thing. Doug, you get me down the trail talking about ham and the holidays and how ham and human meat taste similar. They say any good cannibal which there are still a few in the world, will tell you that humans taste like pork, sweet pork. What do we have on holidays quite often? I mean, it's a known staple on holidays. Not every holiday, but some people still have honey ham. I'm like,
Oh, thank you.
wait
No
a
wonder
minute.
I don't like ham.
I'm like,
I'm not a big ham person.
Now we know that there was this undercurrent of human sacrifice in all of this stuff. I mean, there's this, with some of these gods, there's this undercurrent, especially the nasty ones. There's this human sacrifice, burnt sacrifice thing. You know what? And I have a lizard character that I do that one time I heard myself saying with my little lizard lips that I had put on my face. I heard myself saying, yeah, the witch burnings. Oh, who doesn't like a good barbecue? Yeah. Yeah, burnt offerings, right. Yeah, this was to feed probably lizard people who thought we were tasty, I suppose. Yeah, you could sacrifice a lamb, or you could, maybe your son, whatever. Lamb might be a little tastier. I don't know. But yeah, I've gone down all those paths. So you're going to have another truther channel. Got to warn you, truther channels kind of have a hard time in the algorithm, but good luck with it, because ever since I came on, I've been having a heck with the algorithms. So anybody who really is a truther, and they usually have trouble at some point.
I think there's a lot of us that love the little channels, though, right? If you're not there to make a crack of money, this little, intimate setting, it's nice to see your friends grow, and it's nice to meet like-minded people by the tens of thousands. But these little channels are a gem, where you get to see your friends and hang out in chat and listen to you. Who my favorite aspect of you as a truther channel, D, is that you play, your playful nature, your willingness to live and create and share joy, in spite of all of that, is infectious and attractive.
Thank you.
I really appreciate it.
Oh my gosh, what a beautiful compliment. Thank you so much, Rebecca. Yeah, because I'm not getting any money. This is not monetized at all. I am thinking of somehow getting myself monetized. I would have to have a better device than just my phone, though.
Can you do the membership thing? No matter how big your channel is?
I don't know. I don't think we can do memberships. I'm not sure. I don't even know.
You need your administrator to look at that for you. No, I'm just kidding. Your new administrator.
Oh, well, maybe my
executive administrative assistant.
Well, she's has a membership to StreamYard, but I think you're talking about to YouTube?
Yeah, like you can put, I think you can put a link on your channel that allows people to be a member if they want to, and you can make membership perks, right? A couple members only videos if you want.
I have seen those.
But I know for me,
wow, that would be cool, because we've been trying to figure out how to do that for the longest.
Yeah, because I'm a member. Like I'm a member on the portal, on the paranormal portal, and then I have subscribed to other channels that I'm
the same way. I've only subscribed to 2 channels ever, and I probably should subscribe to a few more, given what I'm about to say. To pay someone $4 a month, or I was on a friend's channel, I had to bump up to the middle line because it's Canadian money, right? So it was going to be $4.99 Canadian, was going to give him like under $3 Canadian American, right? So I'm not saying it's not a lot, but if you have 10, 15, 20 people, joining at the lowest rate, it's still something, right? And it's not.
Still buy me a laptop at some point.
Yeah, because then the members, they get little perks. They get little
When it allows people to show you that they support you, and not that you need to rank them. I had a friend who barely put out member only content. He gave you a few funny you get to make a few emojis of your own if you want to and upload them. But ultimately, like, some people, I've got another channel that his information is so valuable. He makes most stuff only members only. And that's how he got me to sign up, right? But I do value what he brings to the table at way more than $5 a month, right? And once you have memberships, people can gift.
I'm a member of a couple of things myself.
Yeah.
I have to.
And people can gift memberships to you. So if I was a member of your page, I can buy 5 memberships for a month, right? And then the computer gives them to your most loyal people first, the people who've been around the longest, right? And then they get to play with your emojis. And at the end of the month, they don't get one, but it allows, people to give you a one-off gift of $25, but allows 5 people to benefit from the gift or whatever.
We gotta talk, Rebecca.
yeah.
I'm going to give you my phone number and stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay,
We got to talk because maybe we can straighten. We have been wanting to do ceremonies again here on this channel and trying to figure out how to do them privately so not every hoo-ha in the world can come in.
That's where your
and
members
tweet
would
me.
come in handy, is have your
Yeah.
members
Yeah.
do privately, because you could
then
do
we can
member
start
only
having
shows.
that again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
member only
Tammy, we got to
shows.
look into that because
Might be
Yeah.
on
then we
YouTube
can
side,
have
but
that.
If you put your phone number in the private chat on the StreamYard, I'll grab it out of there. Are you on WhatsApp or Telegram?
You can do that. You're right. God, you know
Yeah.
what? You're going to be one. I'm going to make you one of my mod. Are you one of my mods yet?
I'm not.
We'll make you a mod. Can you make a mod from there? Maybe not.
not from here.
I don't
No.
think
You
so.
guys can get me. You can mod me next time. It's fine too. I'll be
have
back.
to mod you in between because I can't change pages or I lose the stream.
Yeah.
Here,
Yeah.
let me go into backstage if I can.
I think you just hit is there a chat? Just make sure when you go out of the
There's
chat,
a
don't.
more private
Yeah,
chat. Here it is.
Yeah.
It's under
just
this
make sure-
dots more private
Yeah.
chat.
Yeah. Do private.
And it is.
And make sure you X out of your private chat. Don't use your back button or you'll kick yourself out. It's fine. It's your stream, so you can get back in. But I do that all the time. I always X myself. I back button out and I'm like, oh, see you later.
Yeah, there it is right there. There's a private chat right there.
Oh, I used to do that in the beginning. Gosh, that was hard.
Cool.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna. Let's see if I touch it. Does it do anything?
I'll make you a mod, and in just 7 days, I can make you a mod. Anyway, that Rocky Horror flashbacks. Okay, I'm probably gonna play music. I think probably since I got the guitar out. I have a feeling I'm going to get there's going to be music.
One quick question. Are you on Telegram or WhatsApp or both?
I'm on WhatsApp.
Okay, I can use that number there then.
Yeah. And I'm trying to think. We're on MeWe, MEWE. Although
I think I might.
Not very many people use MeWe, though, unfortunately.
I think I might have gone on it too a couple of years ago. I might have it, but not use it. I have a bunch of those things. Discord.
It's not as spicy as Facebook, but it's also not as invasive and intrusive and
spicy.
And it's not as, how can you say, it's not a data mining app.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Like Facebook is really a data mining app. That's another truther thing. Oh yeah, I'm a truther. So is Cowboy. He's behind me here. And he's far enough behind me. He doesn't want to be on camera right now, but he's a truther too. He's a truther cat.
Nice. What time zone are you in? Where in the world are you?
I'm in Eastern time.
Eastern time. And Pam, is she on the Western time?
I think so. I'm not sure. I'm not sure with that. It depends on where she is.
I'm Western time. I'm Pacific time.
Me too.
Okay, Pacific.
I was going off looking for the MeWe link and put the MeWe link in one of our banners.
Oh, nice.
Cool.
So we're using the galactic woo or the DO oceans.
Where
In
I
Mimi?
think the
Which channel are we
Galactic
using, DME?
Woo,
Galactic
we
Woo Crew.
had two of them. We had one for more private people and one for just anybody, but I don't know if we still need them both. But I think
No,
the
we
private
discussed
one is
having
really
just, yeah, we discussed going down to just the one, and I think that was the Galactic Woo Crew.
yeah, I think it was.
Are you Northwest,
Uh,
Pam?
Yes, I'm in the Pacific Northwest, Eastern
Yeah, me too.
Washington State.
Me too. I'm
yeah,
right across. I'm on Vancouver Island, right
Oh,
across the
okay.
strait.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
in Eastern Washington, so
Okay,
up
so you're
in near
inland.
Spokane. Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
up near Spokane. So
Yeah.
yeah, I thought she was. I thought you were over there on the other coast. So
And where in the east are you, Dee?
I'm in Ohio, land of lots of woo. Okay, I mean we have every kind of woo here.
You
We
put
have
the
the Great Lakes
you
Triangle up north. We have the Serpent Mounds and Wright Patterson down south. We have a bog with Bigfoot, a forest people right down the street from me. We have Indian Mound that a lot of people don't know about, just down the street from about 20 minutes from me. We have, but usually I can find something unusual hanging in the sky every single freaking day.
wow.
So Ohio is lively, but you've got to know what you're looking at. But I see
Well,
triangular shaped shadows in the clouds right around sunset almost all the time.
wow.
So it's like all the time, and then other things too. I mean, that's not all, but that's just a very common thing to see. There's other shapes too, diamond shapes. Um, what do they call it? The ellipse, the arc shaped, like the Star Trek, patch. They used to
Yeah.
wear the whatever they call that, the chevron
Yeah.
um, shapes, clouds. You
sorry guys
know,
about the dogs.
triangular shaped clouds with pointy edges really aren't that common. I don't believe. I'm
I
not
I
finding.
can I can verify I might not be
Just a
quite the
second, guys.
skywatcher that you are, but I can verify that I've never seen one.
They're common around here. I've got tons of pictures. I've even got pictures of Bigfoot, but it's hard to tell because they blend in so well. They're so good at blending. But I
Yeah.
do have pictures of them. I have pictures of them. I have pictures of the different crafts I've seen in the sky. Some of the crafts blur out the minute you try to focus on and the camera focuses. They somehow know and they blur themselves, or maybe the cameras know and blur themselves out. But I've tried to get a non-blurry picture of some of these things, and some
Do
of
you
them will
think
not.
that they're at all related to us, or do you think they're a completely separate species?
I think that some of them, the craft, are ours, and I think some of them are not ours. I am told that some of them are reptilian craft, and some of them are star families. I mean, I don't know. You know, supposedly the reptilian craft are the long snaky looking ones, or long whatever cigar, or whatever they call that, or
Yeah.
supposedly. But ours are usually triangles or diamond shapes, or those arc shaped ones. And then I guess we have several models, and then our star families have a lot of different configurations. Some of them are our star family, and I mean, I got that a definite yes. As a matter of fact, I'll ask it right here with one of my pendulums. Okay, let's see if we can get an answer. Are you ready to work?
Yep.
Okay, so we'll test it. Is it okay? Cowboy is my sweet little dog. No, he's a cat. Okay, good. Cowboy is his name. Yes, my cat's name. Okay. So, do we have lizard or reptilian, as they call them? Do we have those ships hanging in our sky right now? Yes, we definitely do. Are they friendlies? No. Do we have our star family hanging in the sky right now too? Yes. And they are pretty much keeping the peace. Okay. And then we have some of our own stealth craft there, up there. Oh, definitely. Any other questions while I'm asking?
Are we related to the I can't think of the word, the hairy creatures from the forest that you just holy
Oh,
menopause?
the forest people, the Bigfoot, the Sasquatch, are we related? Yes, definitely. But we
Yeah.
know this for a fact. We know we are. We know we are because we have DNA.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have DNA that came from, we have fur, we have some DNA samples, we even have, I guess, a toenail. Imagine that, finding a Bigfoot toenail. But I don't know how they found that. But yeah, we have different, I mean,
Sorry about
different
that.
things. I guess you would have to know what you were looking for to find these things, but to
I
know
feel
what the heck we found. But when the DNA, and we do have DNA for Dogman, and both of them have tested as being half human, as having a human component.
interesting.
So, and in the Bigfoot's case, they are mitochondrial DNA on that would be on the woman's
Mom's
side,
side.
that would be on the
Yeah.
feminine side, is human, and the other is unknown. They don't have it in their database, which probably means star people, which
Interesting.
is actually
Yeah.
what is supposedly a Bigfoot did tell somebody one time. Did say they said, "Well, where do you come from?" Well, you guys, and then them, like that. It's like,
I
oh,
see.
so yeah, they're absolutely related to us. They're absolutely real. I've been in contact with them for a while. Actually, they're quite friendly with me. They're
Well, I think
very friendly as long as you don't piss them off. They're friendly
you told a
around
story of
here.
going
Anyway.
into a house or into a place where they lived, right? Like, or someone you knew had gone into. Was that on this channel that I heard that?
It was probably
Not a
Robin.
house.
But they had.
Might have
They
been
had.
Robin.
Sorry.
Robin
But
McCrae.
yeah, Robin, I've had Robin on here. I don't know if she told going into a house story. I've gone into places where I mean, the bog, I think they live right up by the bog. But not a house, so.
My mom was
But
raised in Oliver, which is on the, on the border, sort of the desert border of British Columbia and Washington. And they were raised knowing that there were large creatures around them. My mom, as she got older and had kids, and it wasn't it wasn't something that was talked about, it just sort of got pushed to the wayside as some sort of potential mythology. But my mom, when pressed for it, they were raised knowing it. She saw footprints, right? Like, I mean, but by the time she had kids and stuff, it's just not something that's in the in the active memory to bother talking about. It might just scare your kids. So I find that very interesting, how just one generation, it can be that sort of understanding can just be completely for some reason unspoken about.
Yeah.
Well, apparently my family on my mother's side was involved with the Underground Railroad, but my mother didn't know it for sure. She just, it was just the stories that they all told about my great grandmother and how she behaved and what happened and this thing, sort of things that happened. It's just leads right up to Underground Railroad. So,
yeah.
But you wouldn't tell kids these things because darn well if you tell a kid, they're not that great at keeping secrets generally. And if you tell the wrong neighbor or the wrong teacher or the wrong somebody, the wrong Karen, that you were entertaining Sasquatch and, whatever. See, back in the old days, it was a dirty word to call somebody an abolitionist. So you wouldn't tell the kids that you were doing that. You could be killed. They could kill your whole family.
Well, and you could probably lose your
But,
children to become wards of the state if they went to school and you were telling them things that the government thought was not true. It was probably one of the first moves to go remove children from their home was misinformation of your children. I wouldn't be surprised.
right.
That generation before
very careful.
That generation before the boomers is called the silent generation. And I think that they were taught at a very young age to not rock the boat. Just keep your mouth shut.
Yeah. Well, a lot of them had to, because honestly, they had a lot of issues where, yeah, I know. My mother couldn't, there are some things my mother couldn't, she knew darn well, and she couldn't speak about them. My dad would only speak about certain things. He'd talk about stuff that he'd seen. He'd seen UFOs and stuff, and if he'd seen them, I know darn well he had been abducted, because if you've seen them, they've abducted you. If you have a memory of seeing them, you've been on the ship at some point, whether you remember or not.
You would say that because I don't have eyes to see that stuff. I was out with I remember being a teenager, and I showed up late to a friend's girls hanging out with their boyfriends, jamming in their band, and a band practice, basically, But I got there and they were all out on the deck and they were pointing to these lights in the sky, right? And they'd been watching them for quite some time. And I remember just not being able to see them.
Wow.
Like I just, they could all see it.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Mary Wins. Yeah, well, that can be fixed.
Mm-hmm.
You just need to brush up that, polish up that third eye a little bit, and maybe take.
Or maybe they got abducted. They might have gotten abducted right before I got there, and that's why they could still see this, and I couldn't. Mm-hmm. They might have returned from an abduction.
Well, it could be. Anything's possible, but I know that there have been times when I've gone outside, and I know I felt I couldn't see anything up there, but I felt it. You know how you can feel somebody looking at you, right? And I felt it. It's like there's something that the sky feels very low, like it's hanging very low. There's something up above me. There's something there. And so I did this thing where I kind of changed my focus. You remember those stereoptogram pictures in the 90s? Remember those things that you had to get your gaze to a certain, you had to look through the picture to see the picture, and then it would go 3D on you.
Yeah.
That's how I set my eyes, and all of a sudden, oh my God, I saw them.
Interesting.
There were 4 ships.
You're just adding more reason why I understand why I might not have been able to see them that day. I had a corrective surgery as a 2-year-old on a wandering eye. And it wasn't until I went to see a 3D movie with the 3D glasses, right, that I realized I don't see 3D in the same way other people do. So I couldn't see stuff coming off the screen. It came off the screen a little bit, but I could never, only a couple times, maybe it is third eye, calcification, but I also know they did something wonky to one of my eyeballs. I don't see 3D the same way.
In fact, I remember my ex, or somebody who looked like him, was either somebody controlling my ex or somebody looking like my ex, who I was married to at the time. taking out my left, here we go with the left eye, taking my left eye out with something that looked like a butter knife.
Yeah.
And a room full of short guys, funny looking short guys in the room, in my living room. And it came in as a dream, but I know it wasn't a dream because my eye felt funny after that. And it's actually never quite looked the same. So I don't know what they put back there, but they put something back there. There's a little difference on this side than the other side, and it's the left eye. So
mine's my left eye too.
Yep. Left eye. There's a reason. Yeah. That it's the left eye that you see that. The left eye would, so the eyes connect directly to the brain through the optic nerve, unlike some things.
Yeah.
So, yeah, the left would be, yeah. So, yeah, it goes straight in. Whatever is there goes straight to the brain.
Yeah.
Through the optic nerve. So, wow. Yeah, the most direct route to get to your brain.
Interesting.
So, and
I'll do some of those 3D exercises though. I'll do some, see if it helps. You know, maybe I just need to strengthen it. You know, whatever they put is just a barrier or something.
Guys.
Well, there may also be something energetically.
Pam?
Ladies, hey, I've got all kinds of family stuff going on and I've been called to dinner, so I'll just be distracting. So I'm going to sign off.
Okay, I'll see you later, Pam, and thanks for coming in.
Yes.
Nice to meet you, Pam.
We'll practice some more later.
Yes.
We'll talk again.
See, I noticed I got the MeWe thing up there, so
I know it's perfect.
Cool.
I took a picture of it.
So anyway, Dee, I will talk to you guys later. Thanks, Rebecca. It was nice meeting you.
Nice meeting you too.
Chat. So I will talk to you guys later.
Yeah, the cool beans. What's going on here?
So Dee, you want to keep chatting or you want me to let you get to doing your thing and, you know, whatever your plan was?
I'm fine. You can stay or leave or do whatever you want. I don't care. I was just thinking I picked this up and I was thinking of singing something, but I don't know what to sing yet. I don't know what I'm singing yet.
What, do you have your guitar in your hands? I can't see.
Yeah.
Is it your guitar? Yeah. Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm. So I'm not sure. Well, Pam's gone. I was going to sing her one about people who are missing. She'll see it later, but that's okay. Maybe I'll wait until the time when she's back around because I did write a song about it. What? You want your, okay, there. Mr. Cowboy. There you go.
He's a handsome guy.
Yeah, he's a handsome guy. He was like saying, "Hey, Mom, you're totally forgetting about me."
I'm calling my cat. See if she'll come. Hey, Smidge. She's sleeping over there.
Tail the tail, except he doesn't have a tail. He's a Manx.
Oh, your cat doesn't have one?
Yeah, he's a Manxy cat.
Nice.
He has a tail like a little sheep. It's like one vertebra. And it looks like a sheep tail, kind of, when he wags it.
I had a Manx once. Oh, I called her over and she's coming. Oh, she's going to pretend like she's not coming, but she's coming. My cat over here sleeping.
Oops, he just ran away with the cord. cowboy just took off and ran away with the cord that was giving the juice to my phone.
Oh.
Okay, so I've reconnected now, so it's okay. Sounded like the beginning of Nothing Else Matters there. Let's see. I don't know what to play now, though. I feel like playing some music because I feel like celebrating, but I don't know what to play.
Do you have a most practiced song that you would just warm yourself up with?
Oh, I have a bunch of them. I used to play on the street corner. I used to play for people, but I also played on the street corner a lot when I was. The way that I started that is I was really just practicing, but then people started throwing me money. So
Nice.
let's see. Oh, one of my first celebrity spirit hauntings was Janis Joplin, and this is actually by Jimi Hendrix, but it's about her. It's called Little Wing. Oh, she's walking through the clouds when the circus man is running round. Butterflies and zebras, fairy tales and moonbeams. All she ever talks about is riding with the wind. When I'm sad, she comes to me with 1,000 smiles. She gives to me free. She says, oh gosh, can't believe I'm forgetting it. It's all right, it's okay. Take anything you want from me. Take anything you need. And then it just repeats. But she's here, I think. I think Janis is here. Yeah.
Was beautiful.
Yeah. She's here. Okay. You got anything to say? I'm going to be doing that again. I'm going to be doing it again. I'm going to be playing music on the street again at some point. Okay.
Do you know the song Magdalene Laundries?
No.
I'm trying to remember who. It's wonderful. It's a very sad song. It's a very sad song.
Oh,
but it's I'm trying to remember who did it first. Joan. You said Joan. Sorry, who did you? You said Janis Joplin. Who am I thinking of? Joan Jett.
How old are you anyway?
I'm 51.
I'm older. I think I'm 65.
Yeah, I'm 51. Actually, I'm 50 right now. But I always tend to do that.
Look over yonder. What do you see? The sun is a-rising, most definitely. New day is dawning. People are changing. Ain't it beautiful? Crystal blue persuasion. Yeah. Blue persuasion. I don't play that song. I'm going to learn the chords to that one. Crystal blue persuasion. Have you ever heard it?
No, but it
It's,
sounds
gosh, I
fantastic.
can't remember. It's, yeah. Oh, I need to play that. I need to somehow play it. Okay, guys, help me play this. Look over yonder. I'm going to do that. I'm going to start again. What do you see? New day is dawning. Definitely. New times are coming. People are changing. Ain't it beautiful? Ooh, ooh, ooh. Crystal blue persuasion. Yeah. Blue persuasion. Better get ready to stand in the light. Love is the answer, and that's all right. So don't you give up now. So easy to find. Just look to your soul. Open your mind. There'll be peace and good brotherhood. Crystal blue persuasion. It's a new vibration. Crystal blue persuasion. Ooh, a new vibration. Oh, that's good news. That's a message.
What is?
That's a message. Get ready to stand in the light.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Love is the answer, and that's all right. Crystal blue persuasion. Remember, a lot of the people that are helping us out are blue. They actually have blue skin. Did you realize that?
I hadn't heard of it as of late, but I know that one of my favorite people who has a schizoaffective disorder, who is unmedicated and has always lived seeing blue people, little blue people,
Oh,
and he
well,
says they're good, they're kind.
well, yeah. The
Uh,
blue guys are supposedly the good guys. They're like from Sirius, and they're from places like Arcturus, Sirius. Um, are they Andromeda? But they're several of the people. I mean, now there was a guy that was on that was saying that the blue people from the Hindu gods that were
oh
blue,
yeah, some
yeah,
of them, yeah,
and some of them were green. They
yeah,
were different colors. They weren't all
yeah.
like us. They weren't like us.
Yeah, at least
Some
from
of
what I
them were.
understand, I don't see all of them as blue, but I can see specific ones as blue in my head. So that's why I assume they weren't all blue, but maybe,
Yeah,
maybe.
because we have as a matter of fact, my people are blue, kind of a periwinkle blue.
Yeah.
So yeah, and it's funny because the schizophrenics are things I found out about schizophrenics from dealing with them, because we have a lot of schizophrenics here. I mean, we have a
Hmm.
lot of schizophrenics in Kent, dissociatives and stuff, all kinds of things. We have a lot of
Hmm.
issues here in Kent. But one of the things I noticed is they are seeing other dimensional stuff, but they don't know what it is usually. And they tell the wrong people, for one thing, and they can't distinguish it from, 3D reality, which it's mostly not taking place in 3D reality. Like this one guy saw his girlfriend riding a giant spider. Well, I could actually see that happening, but it was on the etheric plane, not in 3D reality, but he couldn't tell the difference. To him, he was in 3D riding a giant spider. So now it was at that time that I realized that he was seeing something that was actually happening, but not here. It wasn't happening here. It was happening etheric. So I think schizophrenia is people who, a lot of times, is kind of can be the people who have the hallucinations. I think they are just not tuned in right. They don't know how to tune it in correctly. Like I specifically asked for that. I said, guys, if this comes, I want to be able to distinguish what's happening here from what's happening there, because I know what happens to people who can't distinguish. But sometimes it still gets me, because sometimes it still creeps up on me, because I remember one time I was having a drink with some, it was like margarita night, and I was having wings and margarita, and somebody came up to me, and there was this guy bothering her, and he kept trying to get, and he looks at me, he kept trying to get her attention. She wouldn't pay attention. She talked to me, but she wouldn't pay attention to him. And I said, why aren't you paying attention to this nice young man? He wants to talk to you. Is something wrong? And she looks and she goes, what young man? Who? What are you talking about? And I said, the guy standing right next to you. She gets this look on her face like, what? And I said, this guy here, she says, what does he look like? And I described him. And she gets this look like, oh my God. And I said, he says he's been trying to talk to you and you just don't listen. And she's just standing there stunned. And I said, and he's saying that he's been leaving you something. He's been giving you gifts. It kind of looks like a brain, but it's sort of gray brown. And she goes, oh my God, the walnuts. And I said, walnuts? And she said, yeah, I've been finding walnuts all over my place. I have a friend who died who used to leave me walnuts as a sign he'd been in my place. And I thought I cleaned them all up, but I keep finding them. And I said, well, he's been leaving them, apparently. And then I realized at that moment that I was talking to her, I thought, oh my God, I'm a medium.
Cool.
Oh man, cool. I'm a medium. I had seen stuff before, I had experiences, but I realized I'm a freaking medium. I don't know why it didn't dawn on me. Sometimes I'm the last to know, and these things are me. And I'm like, okay, he's going to leave you another gift. She says, but it can't be. It can't be. It can't be. I'm an atheist. And I said, oh, gee, that's too bad, because he really wants to talk to you. And he's going to leave you a gift to prove that he's been at your place, that he's been trying to contact you. It's going to be, I don't know what it is, but it's the same size and basic shape as the walnuts, but it looks green or something. And she goes, oh. And so she leaves and she says, but I don't believe in this stuff. I'm an atheist. Hey, James, again. And oh, you are not alone. I'll have to think what the words would be. Maybe Zaid. Anyway, she contacted me again. She showed up at the same, about a week later, at the same night, at the same margarita and wings night. And she goes, I am still not really comfortable with this. But I have to tell you, I feel like I have to tell you what happened. Okay, I got home and I found a sugary nugget the size and shape of a walnut on my kitchen table, and I know nobody was there except me. And the door was locked, and the kitchen table was clean. And I'm like, what? She said, don't
Was
you
it?
remember you told me that he was going to leave me? She says, but it's got to be some other explanation because I'm an atheist and I don't believe it.
Mhm.
They're going, oh, holy crap. Isn't it funny how that police siren came just as I was talking about the sugary nug? Did you hear that?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't have a
That
sugary
was
nug, but that was
that was
funny.
in the background of my. That was a. I live on a. It's a main street.
Ah,
So. I was gonna
but
say, what was the sugary nug, like a candy? Like I'm imagining a friend of mine bought artisanal candy that was like
no,
no.
it was Bud. It was
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. A sugary
and
nug.
she said, and that was characteristic of, that's what they call it when it has a lot of this crystalline substance on it.
Fuck, I'm gonna clean up my house. Okay, because my house is too messy. If somebody to leave me, so it's not that bad. But I'm just saying, if somebody were to leave me something, I might not notice. I'm like, I need to get my
Yeah,
house cleaner in case somebody's trying to get a hold of me.
right. Because I've found pictures. See, I don't have hardly any. I was in too many floods and moves and have hardly any pictures of anybody. One time I came in and found a picture laying on the rug right where I would
Yeah.
walk, and it was a picture of me at 5, and it explained something that I'd always wondered about. But it was a picture of me at 5 years old, and I
Hmm.
didn't have any pictures of me at that age until then. But it was my 5th birthday party. I've gone into this before, so I'm not going to go into it right now. But yeah, there's stuff like that all the freaking time, the whole freaking time of my life. Not realizing it. My room's always kind of messy. Well, not real messy, but I mean, it's a little cluttery. So yeah, it would be hard for me to determine too sometimes. But
Hmm.
usually they leave you something that's odd, unusual. But
Hmm.
I've had many apports. Those are called apports. And I've had many of them. So let's see if I can. So you don't know if you've ever had an apport, huh? A spirit give you something, a gift. You might have.
Well,
Usually.
I definitely do feel like I've had that kind of experience in my life. I don't know if it was a physical gift, in terms of like something I could show you, like a walnut, but definitely feel like I've been given gifts by spirits or spirit, many
Yeah.
in terms of my person,
Wonderful.
my understanding, bits of knowledge and wisdom and, and character and things like that that I'm grateful for.
Yeah. I think I hear it kind of, but I don't remember all the words, Zaid. You're really not alone. I am here with you. Though we're far apart, you're always in my heart. Really not alone. Yeah, Michael. I haven't had a visit from him in a while. Michael Jackson. Maybe he's floating through. Hi, Michael. If so, hi there. I saw him like right after he died. Like pretty soon after he died, I'd seen like a bunch of shows about him, and I was thinking to myself, gee, I'm really sorry what they did to you, because took his whole career and just flushed it and
Yeah.
just discredited him in horrible ways. I don't believe he did anything like that. I said, if I ever doubted you for 1 minute, Michael, I am sorry, because I do not believe any of that crap. And he appeared, and I'm walking down the street listening to music while I'm thinking this in my head. And he just shows right up and he does that twirl that he does, and he rolls the hat down his arm and puts it back on his head and says, "It don't matter because I'm just fine now." And then he disappeared. And that was
Nice.
it. And I'm like, good. I was so glad to hear that. Because I was thinking, God, this is a horrible thing to do to this man who's given the world so much. He's given the world so much joy and had such an illustrious career. To end the way that it did is disgusting.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Those kind of allegations, when untrue, can really break somebody. I've seen it happen to
Well,
someone.
it was so antithetical. Usually when they're trying to break you, they accuse you of something that's so antithetical to you that that it hurts. It's painful that to even think that somebody could think that of you. And that's the way he was acting too. He was acting like he couldn't believe anybody would ever think that, because he kept saying, well, that's what some crazy person would do, not Michael Jackson. But yeah, they convinced people that maybe he did something.
And meanwhile, men like Rolf Harris, who's a child, like he's like the Mr. Dress Up or Mr. Rogers of Australia. You know, men like Rolf Harris and Bill Cosby go down for being with teenagers or the Me Too movement, right? When in fact that's a distraction from what those men did. You know, like, you see what I'm saying? Like, and so it's sad because I know I'm not a fanfare person. Okay. Like I would definitely be on the female Asperger's spectrum if people had ever diagnosed women with things like that. I'm gifted. I have ADHD. I have a kind of OCD. It's not what ritualistic in any way. It's just I like structure in my life. I like to have routine around some things. I like to make rules for myself that make decisions easy, things like that, right? Like, so my point is that I never had fanfare for many people in my life, but I did for Michael Jackson. I did as a young girl. Like I have a Michael Jackson scrapbook. Okay. Like I had I have real empathy for that man. You know what I mean? Like there's like a lot of stuff, and some actor accuses him of maybe doing something, and then they get some other kid who's not an actor. But how do we know that kid's not an actor? Like, it's sad,
Well, see, this happens to rich people all the time. People say, oh, this is an easy way to get money from somebody, accuse them of something. They pay the money because they don't want to go to court. They don't want to have to go to court. Look at what happened to Michael Jackson while he was trying to go to court. I mean, they don't want to have to do that, so they just pay the money. And that's what happened to Donald Trump, too. That's what was said, is actually a lawyer paid her money to what they're calling hush money, because it happens all the time. He says he would never think of being with her. She is so not his type. So, I mean, just stuff like that. So that probably means he's loyal to his wife, because they will pick the things that are most antithetical to you. Even they tried to do it to me. It didn't work. They tried. There was an attempt to do something. I'm not going to go into the details right now. There was an attempt to do something like that with me, and it didn't work. I could not be proven to have a violent bone in my body, really. So they could not prove that I ever have done any violence to anybody at any time ever, except in self-defense class, which is not really violence, it's practice. So, but I do know martial arts and self-defense, and people know I knew that. So they were trying to hang it on that as making it plausible, but it's not, because that's not my personality. I'll do everything but hurt you unless I get pressed to absolutely the wall where you're going to kill me or kill somebody else. Then I have to do something about you. But Yeah, I'm not violent at all. But yeah, they tried to accuse me of violence and really made my life kind of a hell for a while. So, you know, that's the way they do it. They'll pick something antithetical, totally antithetical to your nature, just because it's so hilarious, I guess, to them, that you think nobody will ever dream. Nobody will believe that. Well, yeah, they'll make them believe it because people can be sheeple. They can be convinced because they've seen so much. They've seen so much weirdness that they're like, well, I guess I was wrong about that person. But most of my friends were like, how in the hell did you ever get in trouble? You don't do anything. How did you get in trouble? It's like, I don't know, really. Couldn't tell you either. But yeah, it eventually they found out that no, nothing like that. There's never been any incident of me being violent. So anyway, but yeah, it's just crazy what people can do, what people can get other people to believe. And I believe right now that our religions, I believe in spirituality, okay? I believe in experience. Your spiritual experiences are real. However, I think all religions, as they are right now on Earth, most all of them, if not every one of them, is cargo cult.
Is what?
A cargo cult. You know what a cargo cult is?
No.
Okay, I'll explain it really quickly. I got my elevator speech about cargo cult, but you can look it up further. Back in World War II, the U.S. would land on an island where they'd never seen advancements before. They'd never seen people from our civilization. So we were like freaking aliens practically, right?
Yeah.
Or gods. And we had all of this interesting stuff that we could do, like fly in a plane, and they'd build they'd build airstrips and bases and stuff. And they would get dropped cargo, right? And when cargo got dropped, then they would share it and trade it with the natives. And there would be plenty of food and plenty of stuff and all kinds of things. And so they started to look at these American troops sort of like we hear people thinking of the Anunnaki or the Anunnaki.
Yeah.
Or any of the others, or, starting to think of them kind of like gods, that this was some spiritual thing going on, and this magic cargo would drop from this flying thing that they didn't understand how it could possibly happen. And so religions sprang up where they would build effigies of the plane. They would dress up in their very best copy of U.S. uniforms. I mean, honestly, they would make themselves their version of Army uniforms, of U.S. troops uniforms, and wear them and do rituals to try to bring the cargo back. And those were called the cargo cults because they didn't know that those were just people with technology.
Yeah.
They didn't know that.
Yeah.
So if you look at our history, Billy Carson talks about this a lot. I totally agree. Most religions are a cargo cult, if not all of them. They're all extraterrestrials. Everybody's worshiping extraterrestrial. Even the one they call Jesus, whose name would have been Yeshua, not Jesus. I have said this millions of times. I researched this like way back. His name was Yeshua. They do have a historical record of Yeshua. They don't have a historical record of Jesus except in the Bible because the Romans made that up. Okay. And this is all provable,
Yeah.
So, I mean, you can go to Billy Carson explains all this too. Same thing I was saying at least 20 years ago. He says all the stuff that I was saying 20 years ago, except he's got a lot bigger following than me. And But really, I agree with almost everything the dude says. He came up with all of the same information, went down the same rabbit holes, and came to the same conclusion that I
Yeah.
did
Yeah.
independently. So basically, what we're talking about is they don't want, now what I'm hearing is our guys that are helping us don't want another religion to start. They want to be really careful not to be responsible for starting another religion, another freaking cargo cult.
That's
They don't want
fabulous.
that on
See,
their
I love
conscience.
that. I love that, though. It's so true, right?
Because they could. They would,
Yeah.
very easily. And what happened? The bad guys, they took advantage of this tendency of ours to do that. And so they showed us all these pretty trinkets and things and magical powers, but it was all technology
Yeah.
or natural abilities of theirs.
Yeah.
It was not, they are
I
not
know.
gods.
Yeah. I know. I'm like Moses'
So,
tablet was an iPad, people. Get with the program. Right? You
yeah,
know, it's like that might be an extreme one, but it's like it is a glass, it's a rock, right? It's a
the
stone
goddess
tablet,
standing
you
there
know?
with a black mirror was an iPad. Yeah,
Yeah. Yeah. It's like it's
the black
okay,
mirror was
you know?
probably a cell phone or an iPad or
Yep.
something.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Apparitions could have been holograms, like of people.
absolutely. The burning
Like,
bush just could have had
yeah,
some
yeah,
lights. You know,
yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, look what they do though, too. Look what they've done to some of the false flags that they put out there, right? You could call those burning bushes too, right?
absolutely. Hey,
Like,
Gladys Q Kravitz, how you doing, honey? Yeah, it's all that way. Everything. I mean, we have been so hoodwinked. We have been so led down the path, down the garden path, that
mm,
honestly, we can't trust our history, anything about it. We also know this is another thing. Did you know that the I and the J are interchangeable and were often
exactly.
used
Exactly. That's what I
about
tell people. They're like, was no J. I'm like, it's a yeah. It's a yeah. It's a I. It's a yeah. It's like Eve, like Adam and Eve could have been YVES for all we know from that patriarchy. That's another topic for my own channel, friends. I'm
they
pre-plugging myself.
called us, the Anunnaki called us the Adamu after they
Mm,
made us. After they
mm,
fiddled, really didn't make us. They really fiddled with something else and put some of their genetics. This is what I've been saying, and I guess he looked into it. Billy Carson looked into it even deeper and found, yeah, that's exactly how it looks. Is that they? And I remember, and this is the thing, I remember those times. I have a soul memory of very long ago, arguing with somebody about this back when I had red hair, and I was the daughter of somebody important in politics. And I was arguing that maybe we shouldn't put our genetics into these beings because there is a chance that if we put our genetics into these beings and intermix the genetics, that we will end up reincarnated into them at some point. Well, everybody was
mm.
saying that's ridiculous. But guess what? It happened.
Well, that's where I would challenge
Eventually,
you. Uh,
political prisoners were put into those meat suits.
mm,
Got it?
yeah.
Because they
Yeah.
figured out how to do that.
That's where I
So,
understand there's two forms of prostitution the Bible talks about, and none of them have anything to do with, well, they do in the end, but neither have anything to do with people selling their bodies for sexual exploitation, not in the sense that we call prostitution now. One of them was to allow and enter into an engagement of a bodiless spirit to enter into your body, right, to its own gain, and to your detriment most of the time as a spirit, as a person, even if you think you're driving a Lamborghini or whatever. Not that there were Lamborghinis. Well, there might have been, right? But one form is a spiritual prostitution, allowing and engaging in that kind of arrangement by a spirit that doesn't have that right now, right? That's
So you're talking about what might be called a possession?
exactly, but willing contractual possession for sure, right? That's not
You know what that's called? I'll tell you
what?
what that's called. That religion is called voodoo.
There's a lot of voodoo religions out there then. Another one's called Catholicism. I would say the other form, I'm going to tell you this, that the other form would be when these patriarchal, when these...
Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Voodoo is a branch of is considered a branch of
I can believe it. I
Catholicism.
can believe it. I can believe it. These guys in their exorcisms, they don't want to
I
help.
lived in New Orleans for a while, but go ahead.
They don't want to help that little girl in that bed from that movie. They want to collect that and make arrangements and gain, power by promising that spirit. They will give it what it wants, right? They want to put it in a little box or in a little, icon and transfer it over till they can. I think they do that in hospitals to this day. That being said, I think there's I'll go with my friend Phil on this, in that there's us, there's the good bad guys, and there's the bad guys, right? But the way I see those, the older, those hermaphroditic creatures that the Baphomet represents, right? Who they're revering, that dual-bodied spirit was probably given a choice to join us in separation, and it didn't want to, right? Like, and I feel like the maker would have said, that's okay, but you have to wait quite a long time in eternity, okay, till you can breed on your own again, because this is the route we're taking. And so while we were being created, okay, to depend on each other as a male and female, at the same time, that spirit chose to use technology and medical science to separate itself out to look like us, right? To look like us, but they can't make babies without our eggs. They need our eggs and they need our genetic information in order to assimilate amongst us.
Are you talking about the Cabbage Patch Babies, or are you talking about the Greys, or are you talking about...
I'm just saying Old Testament hermaphrodite pederasts, that like to eat blood of human beings or whatever. New Testament is separated pederasts who were hermaphroditic, but they'd separated themselves to fit in with us, right? So they live amongst us now as humans with us, and who they engage with, where they fit in with the lizard people, how they fit in, all of these. There might be a whole bunch of different races using us and our genetic material to breed, using our labor for their material gain, to sit around and do nothing, I think all of those things hold true. Where my area of real interest is fertility clinics, and why there are so many. Abortion, and do they actually kill the babies, or do they take the embryos out and make them medical servants, medical servitudes, take them out, implant them in other women?
Do they take the tissues and make clones, or do they feed somebody?
Exactly. I don't think they kill them. I think there's no way they would do that. We're worth way more alive, and they've already shown us they can put those embryos in someone else. They've already shown us they can add some sort of magic potion that allows that epigenetically baby to even change color after it's been created. You know what I mean? So I think that they've been manipulating our natural genetics and our story and superimposing their stories over our stories for a long time. It's imperative, though, because you're right, there has been mixed breeding. Okay, there have been people switching sides on both sides of all of these, whether it's vampire werewolves, whether it's aliens, like you were saying, like the Greys and the Anunnakis, whether it's lizards and whatever the and AI. You know what I mean? I think that it could be all of them, but I feel like
it's probably everything. I think probably everything is.
That's why I think all of those mythologies happened almost at the same time too, because we're talking about, we already live on a landmass that we know had way more life on it at different times than we're seeing now. We're full on post-cataclysmic here, right? And they're telling us we're killing the planet. We're like, I mean, I don't know. There's empty They're building buildings while there's empty spaces
Mother
fucking
Earth
everywhere.
herself says, no, we are not killing her. We can't kill her. We can't.
Exactly.
We
So
can
I find,
just give her a bad sunburn,
yeah,
but no,
yeah.
we
So
can't kill her.
that's why. Have you spent much time on Max's channel with his dragon, with his theories on dragons? I find
Oh
he's the
yeah,
Max.
long before any
Yeah,
of y'all came in. Yeah,
yeah.
we did a
He's
lot of remote viewing destinations.
he's the
We did
macro
them
to my
here
micro.
too.
Yeah.
You know what? I would like to go traveling on this channel again too. I would like to do some more of that, but it's not been something that I've been able to quite get started again somehow. It hasn't either been the right time or so I've pretty much left it to John.
Mm.
But yeah, we used to do that. We went to Antarctica. We went to the time of the Great Pyramids when they were being built and saw what was going
Mm.
on there. We
Cool.
went a few places. We went back.
Mm.
We went actually back in time and crossed over souls as far back as how far back was it? 35,000 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And found out I could not go any farther back than 35,000 years for some reason. There was like a block.
Interesting.
I don't know what happened, but something happened. I couldn't go. That was it. That was all. Maybe that was all the energy I had. But man, was there after effects from that. There was some really major. I had to rest for a long, 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 long time after pulling that stunt. But it did change a lot of things. A lot of things did change. But then I was like public enemy number one for a while too. I had to be careful. I was having to fend off a lot of things. But fortunately, I've had a lot of experience at fending off shit. And I finally got my place gridded in such a way that it's very hard to attack now.
Mm-hmm.
So
Mm-hmm.
I'm pretty relaxed. It's very hard to attack me. And they've kind of given up anyway, because now I'm to the point where I can just like, oh, geez, you might want to, yeah, okay, you're coming up against me. I guess you want to become an right? You want to
Mm-hmm.
yourself. Okay. Because you're not going to be, you're not going to be coming up on me and you're not going to be walking away. Okay. So
I think
not,
I exercised, not completely because it's still a work in process, but a lot of family demons, right? Like I had a lot of real personal strife and conflict there, and a huge family, and lots of unspoken stuff, and
if
bad
you
family
find
dynamics.
you're an Ophiucus, you're going to find that that's common
Yeah.
with all of it.
Yeah. And I know for me, I feel like that kind of spiritual attack, which I know manifests itself in a physical form from human to human regularly in this realm. But I feel like I've done so much. I was put to such a test in 2020 and 2021 with my family, with my father, with my own maturity, my own worth, with like making a decision to hang up the phone and never call back. Right. And
Exactly.
my life has been so much better, right? Like just so I feel like for me, if there were things trying to attack me, whatever's got, whatever guard I got up right now, whatever strength that I've got from, because that little sentence of hanging up the phone, like it's so much more than that. It was like, and I was calm, and I told them, if you need to talk to me like an adult. I laughed. I was like, I'm not 12 years old. Why are you talking like this? You know what I mean? Like, we're a year into the plague. People have been in their houses by themselves, let alone, like, and you're trying to pull my buttons. You're trying to abuse a 49-year-old woman. Like, this is insane. This is a problem for you. All I can do is walk away, right? Because you look like a bigger ass the older I get, as much as you think I look like someone who can't get over something. You know what I mean? Like, it's ridiculous, right? This is me talking to my parents in my mind. I just maturely dealt with that. So I feel like I have a real blessing having been through that kind of spiritual, personal battle, getting rid of greed demons in the form of
Yeah.
envy in your heart. You know what I mean? Getting rid of justification demons or whatever, like, you know, trying to convince a bunch of people who are like so wrapped up in the capitalist corporate, you know, definition of everything, you know, communistic corporate. I don't want to blame capitalism on that one. You know, I was just going with the whole, like,
Right.
sure, you know,
Corporations are all about power, and they don't, money is just a means to an end. I would like to answer Pammy. It's because Pammy, darling, and I have said this, and I don't want to offend anybody, but if I'm going to tell the truth about what I believe, and you don't have to believe me, you don't have to do your own research. And I mean, if you do, but obviously Billy Carson did the same research I did, came up with the same conclusions I did. And what happened, because she said, I don't understand how someone so hard knocks against religion crossed so many people over. Because guess what? What have I been telling you? We're God. I'm God. You're
yeah.
God. We're God. We can
What
do
was,
that.
I didn't understand that question. What does it mean? I don't understand how someone so hard knocks. Who is she saying? That's you?
Probably me, because I just got done. We just got done talking about how every religion is a cargo cult. Because, Pam, honestly, all of these beings and us, and they're not gods with a big G. Okay, we're all God with a big G, as far as I'm concerned. And I know I crossed them over because we see them on the other side, and I know I crossed them over because we see them not around anymore. They're gone. They're crossed over, happy with their family. That's how we know. But you have to be a medium, and it's not that I'm trying to put everybody down who's religious. I used to be religious. I was raised Christian. I have had several religions, actually. When I started to figure out about the Christian religion, I tried several others on for size, and I didn't like them either. Like I said, people tried to convince me into voodoo. They couldn't convince me into voodoo, especially once I found out it was part of the Catholic Church. The Catholic Church is pagan as all get out. Pagan, pagan, pagan. Um, you know, there are some religions that appear to be less harmful, like maybe Buddhism, but still it teaches you that you're nothing, you're a worm, you know, and the idea is to go back to being nothing. And I don't believe in that either. I believe we're constantly expanding, furthering ourselves. And that's
Mm-hmm.
why God is here running around. Having a human experience is to experience and to learn things. That's what we're doing here. We're here to experience and to look and to learn things. If you're an omnipotent, ever living being that knows everything and is everywhere at once, it would get pretty boring if you never had any experiences. What would you do with yourself? Well, maybe you would create scenarios where you could try out different things and experience things. It would be the only thing that there would be to do. What else would there be to do? You know,
Max,
think about it.
Max's ears were ringing. You
Huh?
got some you got new people in the chat, D. A
Oh,
project. Yeah.
Pam, I don't want to get her mad, but honestly, I'm sorry. If you're religious, you might be offended by some things that I say. Hi, John. How you doing? And hi, Project Skyfall. I hope I'm not insulting you, but do your own research and find out for yourself. I am not trying to be nasty. So, yeah, Pammy, I think she got insulted. She might even have left, or she might just be lurking. But sorry, Pam. Didn't mean to hurt you. But it's just what I found. I mean, it's there. The history, the proof is in there. All of the records, if you go through the records, you'll find it. You'll find all this stuff to verify what I'm saying. Other people have found it too, not just me. And how do I cross people over? I guess my family, and this I was told by somebody who read me a long time ago. My family, where I actually come from, has a lot to do with a portal system, and people don't even know there is a portal system. Okay? But my family has a lot to do with it. I can call portals and I can close them. I've had to close a lot of portals. That's another thing. People leave these freaking open portals around and let shit come in and wonder why the place gets haunted. Wonder why there's all these things stomping around that don't belong there.
Yeah. Did they even wonder if those things wanted to get trapped? Wanted to be here, or did they just go through an open? Like I'm just being like, is that how?
Fall through something and just end up here, and then they don't know where the hell they are, and
It's like, didn't your mom teach you to shut a door? Yeah, that makes sense.
Right.
So of course you'd want to close a portal. Because I'm sure if there's someone here that's come through it and you didn't know them, then when you closed it, if they got trapped on this side, they could come find you or someone like you.
Right.
To open it again.
From time to time, I mass open them. I know this sounds crazy. I know how it sounds. There are people I could not tell this to. Now I'm just telling it to the world on YouTube. But yeah, I can mass open portals now. I've gotten to that point, and let spirits cross and meet their families, go back to their families from places where a lot of people have died. And I can also send angels out to, and angels exist. They are kind of like extensions of ourselves. We're given angels for a reason. People just don't know they have them. People just don't know. They're kind of like programs that go out and act on our behalf.
No, Tammy's asking if you just told her to move on, but I know you didn't. You were actually welcoming her to have a different opinion.
No, I didn't tell you to move on. I'm just saying, this is what I've found in my studies. If you don't believe it, I don't mean to hurt you. I don't mean to hurt you. I'm just telling my truth from my angle, from what I have found.
Max said the ancient texts are metaphors and analogy for you, the stars and alchemy. And I totally see that. I also see that a lot of the mythology that they've painted to be totally false is actually very true, right? So some of the ancient texts that have been presented as stories for no reason and dismissed, right? Where all these little g gods were running around, all these stories about fancy creatures instead of spaceships and stuff like that. We see evidence of all of that all over the world.
Exactly.
So some are definitely metaphors and analogy, and that's all. It's all interwoven into
star people.
Yeah, into very big truths too, though, right? Like, right down to whatever his name was, Treyu, on Never Ending Story, the big dog-like dragon. Like, I'm just saying, they were telling us stuff there, right? Like, they might have not been hairy and looked like a stuffed animal. I don't know, but Max probably has a better handle on that, like, and maybe there were feathered ones and furry ones and hard-skinned ones, and I don't know. I'm just like, I find it fascinating.
Yeah, I'm quite sure there were. Look at Egypt. Look at how the gods were depicted in Egypt. Look at how the gods were depicted in India. Look at how even we think of people with wings being angels. Even that. And then in the Bible, they even talk about, and they saw and they looked and they saw a ram and a this and a that, and they were like the symbols. They were actually the symbols of the zodiac.
Yeah,
the cardinal signs of the zodiac. Those were beings. They represented the cardinal constellations. They're all constellations. The people from that constellation.
Well, there's a
basically.
reason the church calls that person a cardinal, and just like there's a reason that on the bird front, okay, just to pull that in there, on the zodiacal front, and then also a reason why governments call their agencies ministries. If they were actually about taxation, then they would be called administries, and they would simply be very willingly capable of discussing their readministration, right, of what they're doing, and they'd be happy if they were necessary at all at this point in my fictitious future, right? They would be happy to be accountable for every administrative dollar that was spent. You know what I mean? But instead, they're ministries of bullshit. Anyways, they're a part of a church, like yeah.
Here's a question. Are they many stars? Did that come from many stars? Or did
I
it
think
come from many stories? Some of them comes from many stories, but yeah, many stars. Many
Wow,
stars.
Max just pointed out that the cardinal points, they also have deacons, which are just about 1/3 of a zodiac sign. And then I wanted to
Exactly.
say, I wanted to ask, but you already knew, Pammy. So, anyways, doesn't matter.
Hmm.
But I just I was confused by her statement is all, and we weren't sure if she, was she here for your answer to that question, like where you were saying that about the portals and stuff like that? Because,
Right.
anyways,
It's like, because I'm completely honest with you guys about this stuff. I'm completely
Mhm.
open with you. I wouldn't even tell a psychologist some of the stuff I tell you guys. But although I gotta say I have met some very cool, open-minded psychologists, but I wouldn't even tell them necessarily until I knew what
Mhm.
their background was more. But if you are cool to be in here, if you're cool with our content in here, I think I can say this without freaking people out too hard, right? Because you're gonna end up getting used to this. But yeah, all of this stuff in the Bible, it's astrology based. It's
Mhm.
astrology based.
Mhm.
And
And some real true stories too, though. Like some wild fucking stories. Horrific stories. For real. Some of them were real.
very
Like,
wild stories.
yeah.
Noah's Ark there really was a worldwide flood. There's evidence of that, and everybody has a story about the flood. So yeah, there was a flood. There was a
I
big
think
flood.
Noah's Ark was way more like a Monsanto seed bank. That's why they still make them. Right? Though
Yeah,
I think they had like a tooth, one of each of our tooths on all four corners of the earth, right? A bit of our blood, a bit of all the animals, a bit of all the fauna and flora, and and there's bored people manning those stations,
exactly.
playing the mountain of Dr. Moreau inside, Yeah.
Probably. Because,
Yeah.
I mean, that would make sense, is that we wanted to make sure that we still had everything when we came. So I'm like, yeah, really, if you look at this differently, and when I was a kid, and this is the thing that's really funny, is when I was a child, and I got to take this off because it's itching me. This is my Tesla plate. This is my Nikola Tesla purple plate. So I don't know if you know anything about those, but the cord I
I
have it
don't.
on is not the right cord. But anyway, the stuff that well, gosh, we've just been told that the back to the I and J. I wanted to make a point about
Okay.
that.
Okay, cool.
I did want to come up with there's something that I have really been brewing around in my mind that somebody else came up with too, is that instead of 19 something, remember the Catholic Church has been screwing around with time this whole time. It has been adding days and subtracting days and changing months, numbers and orders and all of that stuff, and names and stuff. almost, and days, how many days are in a month and everything. They've been screwing around with all of that, adding 1,000 years. Here's the thing, the I and the J kind of look like a 1. And in a lot
Yeah.
of these old things, they have a lot of these old sculptures, a lot of these old coins, and so on. There is something that looks like a 1, but it's not a 1. It's an I or a J. It looks a little different from the numbers. It's not the same style as the numbers. The people interpret it to be a 1 when it's not. It stands for the Y or the J, as in Ishua, Janos, IJ. It's the I, the J. And so that means this could have happened. The last mud flood could have happened less than 1,000 years ago. Way more recently.
I agree. I think way more recently. Someone just put out a video. Actually, someone just put out an interesting video on that. I think it was the archivist with analog or whatever. I think he's got a little series going on reading different things about a way more recent flood. He's finding evidence of it. I haven't watched the videos yet, so I don't want to say, but I would say within less than 200 years, even, perhaps.
Maybe. As a matter of fact, some people say, well, we know that when the World's Fair started, something happened just before that.
Yes.
Okay, because the World Fairs had something to do with re-education. And then we have this Cabbage Patch idea.
Yeah.
And then we have these buildings that were founded, not really built. Built them is a lie. They're much older, of course. And we have the same architecture everywhere in the world.
That's where I would say, you know what, I would love to work.
Architecture.
Yeah, I'd actually love to work in this group trying to formulate. You asked me earlier, if, I'm making a channel, what's my main content? Okay. One of the things I have in my head, and I've had it for about 25 years, and I don't mean to be arrogant in its title, but I call it Rebecca's Universal Theory of Replicity. Okay. And in some mathematical function, this realm replicates and grows, and old world may have become new world at some point and literally like replicated, right? That being said, I say with Max and all the gigantic things he looks at on Google Earth, I would love to see if he could find the same shaped, identically same shaped carcass, let's say on each continent, or I don't even know how on some patternistic function that actually one would probably likely be quite a bit bigger than the other. They're not identical. It grows and it grows, or it replicates. This sounds crazy, but I feel like there's also, so that's where some of the similar architecture comes from, perhaps, that some places are the same places generated in a different time. And it might be related to, if you blow up an island, okay, if you blow up an island and everybody on that island dies in an instant and everything that ceased to exist there, boom, it crops up, boom, just like that somewhere else, and all the people are still sleeping and doing exactly what they were doing, like some sort of weird, like taking your body with you sort of function, right? Like, so it may sound crazy, but I also have this idea, and working into that, there's some sort of
it wouldn't be hard if it was a sim, would it?
Yeah. And that's where I feel like there's some sort of aspect of eternity that was colonized, okay, that was expansive and had a patterned, easily usable system on all forms of transit. So we could go to that Capitol building and know that we could take an underground train to another Capitol building in another place. So part of that in its original form is like infrastructure on this planet designed for the ease of our use just like the bird has its nest and the bear has its den, we have our systems, okay? And they were designed for us, but I feel like there's also this aspect of eternity was at one point a peaceful and easily navigatable, okay? And then something happened where life and death became an important aspect of our existence in this eternal realm, which I see as flat and expansive, but this space and round model works within that realm as well. So I'm fine to talk globes and planets and stars, even though I can put it on, now someone introduced to me checkerboard Earth. Oh, when I learned about checkerboard Earth, I was like, okay, I can now see how that sun cycle works. Anyways, my point is that I know that it would be verified by, and so I think that at one point there was a glitch in the system, or they bombed the shit out of the system and caused so many ripple effects in eternity in that replication function that it took a long time to settle down into the future, into the past. We're still seeing it now in Mandela effects.
Do you realize I have shown this many times, and I have mentioned this many times. I believe in code-shaped Earth, and if anything, we're probably toroidal, okay? Because we've actually flown through in Max's class, in Max Vision, we actually flew through Middle Earth, okay?
Did you say a coat shaped at first?
I was about to say, no.
You said something, and then you said
code shaped. Like, I don't believe it's flat. I don't believe it's, in reality, we're dealing with code. We're dealing with fractals. We're dealing with fractals.
Well, and I do know that I can see the neat thing about it being a beast too. If we were on a beast, that's why I thought you said coat. I thought, well, that's interesting. That's body shaped. It's just the top part of the torso, but my brain went there. But see, the neat thing about a beast is that a beast, like a snake eating its tail, right? A beast can be curled up in almost in a donut shape, right? Like any of us could curl up if we were flexible enough still into close to a donut shape, which might create a toroidal field around us too, right? Like,
but we have a toroidal energy field. We have a toroidal energy. It comes out your head. That's why I also teach the energy work. We have a toroidal field that comes out your head and comes up through you this way. We're shaped like that. Our energy fields are toroidal. Earth's energy field is also toroidal. I believe the body of the Earth is also toroidal. In this reality, in this simulation, okay? Now, what it's like outside of the simulation, I think it's made to look like the outside of the simulation, but in some ways. But this is a very, not something I'm not unfamiliar with. And that I'm unfamiliar with. I've been making jewelry that has 2 holes for your cord when I'm wrapping stones. And it looks like an infinity. And I said, I did have this as an experiment to show people what it would be like if you made a single-sided track, like say time really was linear somehow. What if it was a spiral? Okay, just try to imagine. What if it was going in a spiral, right? What if you were afraid that you were going to die, that everything was going to end, and you had the technology to snip that and put the ends together? What if you made a Mobius strip out of that? Have you ever dealt with Mobius strip theory? If you've never made a Mobius strip, it will give you quite a shock to find out that if you twist that flat plane once, you will get something that looks like eternity. And it'll even curl itself into an eternity. if you lay it down because of that twist. And it will seem to be a continuous, and it will be a continuous circle, although it will look, it's just, it's crazy. You can literally draw on both sides of a piece of paper without lifting the pen up if you try this. And I think I will do this experiment again sometime and let you guys try it. But look up Mobius strip. I think I kept getting visions that somehow this figure 8 had more to it than we've been told about that too. That somehow they've done this, and that what we're doing now is getting off of that treadmill. That they've had us in this treadmill because they're afraid of ending. They're afraid of everything ending. Remember, the gods were afraid of Ragnarok. They thought everything was going to end, you know? Did somebody put us into this endless loop for a while, and now we're finally getting out of it, you know? Because we have this history in this place of the yugas and the ages, which is another really big subject. We went into yugas and ages with Paul Christian when he was on my show. But we have this cycle, and it recycles and it recycles. I think somebody put us into some kind of a loop. I don't know what technology would do that. Somehow it was done. And of course we wouldn't know because we're not there yet. But anyway, outside of that, if you here's another thing. You want to talk about hollow. If there's a hollow earth, why would that be? If you would throw anything on a potter's wheel and spin it, centrifugal force. And here's another thing. The earth is bigger than it used to be. We know this. It used to be 60% of the size it is now. That's why the continents look like that. It's like a balloon inflating. If you had painted the outside, put some stuff on the outside of the balloon, and that balloon starts inflating, that would pull the continents apart, right? And then the water rushes in there and you have a bigger planet. But here's the other thing, is you do that, you put it on, the centrifugal force would cause anything liquid or semi-liquid to go out like this, to expand like this. It would cause expansion. And it would cause eventually a hollow spot to form in the middle. If you've ever done pottery, you'll understand what I'm talking about. And that's another thing. The earth is not exactly, from some viewpoints it looks circular, but from other viewpoints it's more egg-shaped or oval. Okay? Now, both of those could be, you could say that could be done on a flat plane. But here's a question. If we're on a flat plane, where are we? Where is that flat plane located? What is it sitting on? Is it sitting on anything hanging in space? Do we have any explanation of that? No, we don't. Nobody ever gets that far. There's also another aspect of this, and I'm going to piss off flat earthers, and I do have a few fans that have expressed.
I love your ideas. I love your ideas.
Flat Earth was actually disproved by some flat earthers who were seeking to prove it. They got a special machine that measures, and I forget what they call it, but you can find this information on YouTube once again. And you can find it under Flat Earthers Accidentally Prove That the Earth is Actually Round. And they get an instrument that measures these things, and they're expecting it to be, let's see, we're going to prove it that, it'll be, if it was round, it would be, this amount of degrees off. The readings would be this much off. We're going to prove that it's not round. So they they used this machine and proved that it absolutely is round. It was off
They
by
definitely
exactly
proved, yeah, they definitely proved it wasn't flat.
right. They
It's
definitely
definitely
proved it
on
wasn't
some kind of
flat.
slant at bare minimum. Could be conical, could be it's not a cube. It's clearly not a cube. It has to
not
be,
flat,
yeah,
but
yeah, yeah,
you
yeah.
know.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying.
So basically, then after that, they kept saying there must be something wrong with this machine because it's giving us the wrong reading. It needs to be adjusted. And I'm like, you're the ones that paid all of this money for this
That's so
special
funny.
machine.
Yeah. Yeah.
And then it tells you, and then you're there going, but that can't be right. You know, it's like once
I'm
again,
not
these people are using are trying to come up with a theory and then get science to prove it. And scientists even do this. Scientists do it too. Oh, I hate that.
I'm way more
Drives
of the
me nuts.
idea that we're in a crater. Frozen in a greater something. We're a crater frozen in a greater something. And that whatever I do have in my model, space, outer space is easily put into something as big as I see what I see in the sense of the greater realm. So that's why for me, I don't consider myself a glober, but I'm not a flat earther. And I think that the realm of existence is so great. Having faith in its belief, like having faith in something that is, right, and that I can't prove, is harder for me to have faith in and easier for me to just wrap my head around. I just feel like it's not round. And if it is completely, if it is the globe as we've been presented, it wasn't always, and it might not always be. I guess is the way I see it. Like we've been cut off from something greater.
I've looked into the crater. I've looked into the crater Earth too.
Yeah. But again, we're back to the crater in
keep
what?
coming
Suspended
back
on what?
to code.
Yeah.
Code-shaped hollow fractal Earth. If you know what a fractal is.
Well, and
Just
that's where
now listen,
the
now
toroid.
wait.
Yeah.
Wait.
Yeah.
It buds off. Remember, a fractal buds copies of itself off, just like you're talking about.
Yeah. And good point. The other thing I would say is a toroidal field, okay, gives you all of those things if it's big enough, right? It gives you the whole thing moving with its atmosphere and everything, gives you a globe, okay? Inside that has a mostly flat water surface, right? Somewhere in it, let's just say whether we're on the outside or the inside, even if we're on the inside, like I'm just saying there's the opportunity for all of those things to exist on something big enough that could be round like that. I don't feel like our vision, our bird's eye view, our NASA photography is a part of our realm right now. And they're
screwing around with NASA photography, and we know that.
Yeah,
however,
and that's where have you seen Vibes of Cosmos and the moon map?
Let me see the moon map.
Because Vibes of Cosmos model is something small and round on a greater round thing. Okay, Vibes of Cosmos map is of a round Earth, way greater than our map shows. So we are on an Earth, but it's a super Earth compared to what we've been, the part of it we've been shown.
And that is completely possible too. And here's the other thing is, there are maps that show that there's stuff outside of the part that we know, but think about this. How would you, if they existed inside the Earth, if it was a toroidal shape, if they existed inside the Earth, how would you show that on the map?
In the hollow part of the donut. It would actually be the donut. It's so big that the donut itself is hollow and you can move from side to side to it, right? But going the whole circle around of it, I believe that it would look it would look round from inside for sure, even though you're in a hollow tube. It's so big that any point you're in it, your physical view at the 180 degrees and 360 degrees that you have from the surface would actually all support round Earth. And then when you break through that atmosphere,
a different angle, it could be. I agree with and who was it? was it Mary? When's it says it's probably all of them.
Drumstead
Probably all
said
of
it's a
them.
shapeshifter. Mary said she brought up the toroid field. She said it's an interdimensional. Where is it? Mary just I just saw it. It's interdimensional with sphere with toroidal energy, concave and anchored as the firmament. So that made me envision this gigantic donut of vibes of cosmos. We're in one small portion. We're in one. It's huge, right? It's so big that anyways, I could see how you could be
You know,
inside it though.
it doesn't even matter. And
Exactly.
once again, I don't argue with flat earthers anymore. I just let them think whatever they want to think. Because I'm with Lady Spellbreaker on that. I'm with the idea that if it is a hologram, if it is a holofractal, it's code. It doesn't matter. It could look like anything. You could make it look like, here we go with shapeshifter. Yes, that it could be a shapeshift. It could change. You could, I worked on this technology. I was a designer for certain things, for products. And I worked with the SIM technology. And I could tell you that if you go in and you know how to do code, you can completely change the way something looks. You can completely change it. I did it. I got to create a world. And the toroidal shape is one of the most useful shapes. Okay, I can tell you that, and most used. And so I'm looking at this and going, what if, now, this is going to sound really weird, but the very technology that we are in, I feel, this is my theory, very weird theory, but this technology that we're in, this holofractal, this learning game, and I usually say at the beginning of the show, remember, this is just tips, tricks, and hacks. We're playing that massively multiplayer, total immersion, holofractal learning game called Life on Earth, and it has nothing to do with real life, which exists outside the simulation. If this is a simulation, we could change anything. And if you are knowledgeable of that, like some of us can code, we could change anything. Is this how I'm changing? Is this how we're changing weather patterns? If you know the code of the universe or how to press the right buttons, okay? It doesn't matter. You could make it look like anything. You could make anything happen. So does it even matter? Does it even matter? So I'm with that. It's like, I'm not going to argue with people what shape it is. I got my theories about what it could be. It could be if it's like a holofractal and we're splitting off, we're getting ready to split off again. It would fit that we're getting ready to make another iteration of Earth, a newer iteration of Earth. Another one of those little fractals of Earth, a different one. So yes, that would go with what I've been shown, that it looks a bit like cell division when it splits off like that. So we don't know. We really don't know. Because we can't know, because they won't let us know. Okay?
Well, that's where Lady Spellbreaker said we waste so much time and energy looking for truth instead of changing it.
Yeah. We can change this freaking hologram, folks. We can change this holofractal field. It's a holofractal field. It's code. We can change it. What is the code of the universe? Numerology, astrology is like somebody explained it. Gee, and I can't remember the exact words they used, but it made sense. But see, some of us are able to just push the right buttons. And, and for me, a lot of that is elemental buttons. But if you learn your within, If you learn to go within and take care of your own buttons inside you and push those, just like everybody tells you in all the spiritual disciplines, everything is within you. Because think about this. How do you know anything's happening at all? You're only perceiving electrical signals that your brain is receiving from your sensory organs. If your
Yeah.
sensory organs are getting the signal that it is this way or that way, that's what your brain is going to perceive. That doesn't mean it really is that way. That means it's the signal it's getting sent. We found this during COVID when people lost their sense of smell and sense of taste. Okay? If that becomes unplugged, you're not going to be able to smell or taste, or maybe you'll smell, but it'll smell wrong. So what is your brain picking up? Couldn't it be altered pretty easy by somebody who knew how to do all that? Sure, it could. Could we?
Yeah.
Yeah,
For
we may
sure.
not even look like we look here.
Yep.
You know, we wouldn't, the earth could be entirely different than we think it is. There
That's where
could
I think
be.
it's appropriate to bring in the whole, is my eye okay? Am I slitting? Am I slitting? I don't think I'm a lizard. I'm like, just with this. I was
The only
like,
thing is, I gotta say about the flat earth thing is that when you watch a ship on the horizon, it does sink over the horizon and disappear. So, it does become submerged under all that, and it's,
that one can be explained depending on how much the distance is, can be explained for how far an eye can see. You can't always see as far as an object. It's kind of like, you take a picture of something with your camera on your phone and it notices things that your eye can't see. There's some, for some.
Yeah, but I mean, if you put that with together with the measurements and I mean, it's starting to look like a particular picture here. However, if you were inside the earth, it would look completely different. If you were inside a crater, it wouldn't look, that ship wouldn't disappear ever. You'd be able to see it forever. If we were in a bowl and a bug's walking up the side of the bowl, anywhere you are in that bowl, you're still going to see that bug.
Depends on how big the bug is and how far away you are from the wall of the bowl.
True. But I mean, you're not going to see it sink gradually,
Yeah.
You're not going to see it gradually sink into the water. You're going to see it, right? You see what I'm saying? You would maybe, but actually, I wonder what the heck that would look like. Wouldn't that look weird?
Yeah.
It would just fade out, wouldn't it?
It is.
It would be going, because of your eye. Once your eye was hitting a certain point. Well, the reason your eye, and some of it is that you can't see it because too many air molecules get in the way. The air obscures things, it makes things look misty.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's part of it too. I mean, there's all kinds of factors here.
But I'm with you.
I like place.
Yeah. I am with you on the idea of more. It's more fun for me to just ponder the different ideas of shapes it could be than actually picking a side. Even though in my mind, I guess at bare minimum, I've always seen it bigger than we've been presented it to be, and because of that. Because of that, I think it was easier for me to hold on to the idea that it is more like a infinite plane that we can't get to the edge of, and ergo what is below us, we can just go in our boats, in our tunneling machines, in our whatever, to the far end of it that way, and above us, the sky's the limit. Now, whether that's a real firmament or whether that's a infinite realm as well, I know that in a certain way in my mind, it's infinite, just like space, because you're gonna go just as far away that you could never walk. You could never, ever walk, right? Like, so it's kind of, again, we're back to this philosophizing of, it's fun to think
maybe you were a Titan as big as a planet.
True. Then you could see. And that's why I think it's been great seeing on some of the channels that I hang out on. There's a lot of flat earthers, you know, and I do ascribe to I think they're lying about everything. So why wouldn't that be a lie as well? Although they want some of the truth to be hidden in just that logic as well, right? So hanging out with some globers and some flat earthers and some people who have other ideas about it is way more interesting than picking a side, even if it seems like I'm copping out. I just like the mental exercises. There's let's just build it better.
Well, I
Let's
do
figure.
too. I love that
Yeah.
kind of thing.
Yeah. But I'm with you. Getting into
You're
hardcore.
welcome to come here and have a discussion like any time, sister. Okay.
Well, thank you.
Because I
Thank you.
love that kind of thing. I love that kind of thing.
Yeah. And I've always believed what I was just going to
Hey,
say.
drum stud. Well, who is actually Mary?
Yeah.
Mary Wynn. Yeah, stop wasting. Let's stop wasting time on all the shit that we can't even do anything about right now. We can't do much about it. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It just doesn't matter to me. And to get in a fight over it doesn't make any sense to me either. We'll find out soon enough, and you can go and learn to remote view and take a walk out and look for yourself and see what it looks like to you.
Mhm.
That's still no
Mhm.
guarantee that the
And
angle you're seeing it at is going to give you is
exactly.
going to be the whole thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
And if
know,
I
you
were to
can,
make a schwack of money, I definitely wouldn't be the first one putting it into building a rocket ship. That's just not where I would be interested in. I'd like to build a blimp, right? I would fly my blimp all over this world. If I was a rich person, I would get an airship and fly all over the place.
you know what? It's funny that you said blimp because a lot of us, and this is another theory, I think that in the Tartarian era, what we call the Tartarian era, because I don't
Yeah,
know that it really,
I
what
know
the
what you're
real
talking
name
about.
was,
Yeah,
probably something else,
yeah,
but it might really have been the Atlantean era. But
yeah. And I know people who
yeah,
call it the Moorish
a
times.
lot of us have this thing in our heads about these airships, about maybe even about traveling in airships, that was a real common thing at one point. And there is a theory about all of these huge towers that we have and the odd ways that they are built, that they were maybe balloon ports, that they were maybe blimp ports
Mm-hmm.
one time, but we've forgotten that. See, but they're
Yep.
everywhere. All
I
around
know
the world.
where I grew up, the Goodyear blimp would be hanging in the sky at least 1 or 2 times a year. At least I'm going to say at least once a year. You'd be like, oh, the blimp's back. And they'd have it tethered off somewhere near the mall. And I don't know if it was just to put that icon in our subconscious or something, or if it was actually, tethered to a building I couldn't see.
Hey, Scotty boy, are you wearing pants tonight? Yeah, honestly, we'd have to have some way to tether them off and some way to get up and down from the ground to the blimp, to the area where the blimp would be, to the altitude of the blimp.
Exactly.
Oh shit, I might be disappearing, guys. My phone
Oh,
is going haywire. I might
oh yeah.
have to.
Oh, I'll give it a second. I wonder if I should give it 5 minutes and see if she comes back or if I should hang up. What do you guys think? I don't know the appropriate sign off for Ocean D. Wednesday. I don't know if she knows she can come back into the same StreamYard. I've been in places. Oh, yeah. I don't know if she's going to come back. Wait, I should wait. Okay, I'll wait. Thank you, Mary. I'm being cautious, you guys, on someone else's channel. I don't want to misrepresent. I can be very awkward and read all the wrong things. And I will, Scotty boy. Yeah. Yeah. I know earlier she said her cat took off, Cowboy took off. Is that it, Cowboy? He took off with the cord she was using. So I'm trying to think of. Oh, I know I probably won't laugh as hard as I did the other night, but I was hanging out on a panel and we started talking about how we should get into movie development. Somehow we got into the idea of programming the people's, seeing if we could train cats to be assassins. And not that we want cats to be murderers, you know, but just it was a funny idea that very quickly turned into us coming up with names for it, and we called it the Purge with the 2 R's. I know you guys got that already, but you know, it's just for these guys that are gonna play their little evil AI takeover drone wars on us and think that we're not gonna fight back. You know, yeah, we got Cat Ninja. We were like, oh, and we could have like the Purge, and then there'd be like there was something else about catastrophe. Someone was coming up with cataclysm and catastrophe as the sequel and the next one. So there's that. You know, you guys, when we don't feel like working on truth, we can start assigning people directors of our mockumentary of one of our tactical defense plans against these ruling elite motherfuckers. Okay. So that being said, oh, maybe I shouldn't curse so much. I'm not sure if D-Ocean leaves hers on for, most people don't have it set for children, right? I'm like, oh no. Oh no. Max can be their leader. He's already a killer. And then what was the next thing I was going to share with you guys? What was another funny? Oh yeah. Okay. So that's tactical defense, secret tactical defense number 1. We'll call it for now, the Purge. And we're going to train these cats to just use 1 nail to the jugular, right? A slow bleed out while they sleep. They won't even know what happened to them. I'm sorry. I really am just joking. I do not want anyone's cat to kill them. I am just joking. Okay. But so the next tactical defense is I want all my gamer friends out there to be, I want all the gamers out there to be ready, okay, to have a hack ready to be able to hack these robot dogs and these drones so that we can actually hack them and go back to the signal of the operator that's operating them, because it ain't going to be AI takeover. I don't want people to be upset, but you just have to go to London Man and learn from Manny and Matt and all the other guys there being like, they're still prompt based. Okay. They're prompt based. So I think we need to find a way to reprogram these things to lock these motherfuckers in their home till they eat their own arms, okay? They can eat themselves for once. They can just leave us alone and be down a thumb until somebody comes with some help. So yeah, there's that idea too. Tactical defense number 2 is hack their system and get some people with video gaming skills, learning how to use their own drones, go back to their own houses and lock them in there. Exactly, Mary. Disclaimer, no cats or kitties were harmed. And then, okay, so we got 2 plans so far, 2 hopeful plans. Okay, here's my 3rd one. It's a little wild, okay? It's a little wild. Scotty. Okay, so here's the wild plan. Okay, we access our own Wi-Fi generator, the heart and the blood, the Wi-Fi, our own Wi-Fi network. And we know these MNFers have been using our biological stuff to their own advantage. I don't miss any ill will on anyone, but maybe there's a way that we can Wi-Fi, use the LED light systems to amplify your signal if your body's feeling weak, and just poof through our own genetics, through their consumed blood, just let them poof to smithereens, like spontaneously combust. Again, I sound like I want violence, but I'm just trying to make it swift. I really don't want anyone. I know, yeah. So what else? What else can we, somebody needs to guide me. Max Vision remote viewing class. You tell me how long I should stay on D Ocean's channel. This happens to me a lot on people's channels. People be like, she's not even a panelist anymore. She doesn't do content. She just goes on other people's channels and then hangs out on their stream till the next day when they come back, try to start another stream. And they're like, she's still talking. Yeah. Anyone have Ocean D's email or Telegram? Oh, I have her Telegram. I could set her up right now. I'm just saying, you guys want me to stick around a little longer? You want me to leave? What should I do? Intention. That's what we could talk about. Will. Okay. Human will. I don't want to go on an English lecture here, but will, we use it as a passive participle in our language, right? Like it's I will go to the store. I will fall in love. I will become a doctor. I will clean my house. No, I won't. No, I'm not gonna. I'm really not gonna. So will. All right. They've put it linguistically as this passive participle to some other action word, and this is exactly what you mean by, I know you mean by intention is everything, but also like we could maybe use our language in its proper spell casting and be like, we can will it so, even with our heart intention behind it, and use that language about, like we will get these motherfuckers out of here. Or if it's the other way around and people are like, I want to get the fuck out of here. I mean, I would miss you if you want to go, because I just want to get them MNFers out of here before we decide how we start like traveling all around the place and finding our homes again and stuff like that. And, but I know some people are like, I want to get the fuck out of this hell realm. I'm like, well, or we could just get the hellish creatures out of it that's turned it that way. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I don't want to say, I mean, so my point was I will make that happen I'm not trapping any of you guys in or outside of the hell realm you do or do not want to be in. I'm just saying that I will it be so that all the positive outcomes we want, if no harm comes to anybody else. Of course, I'm the one with the whole, tactical defense plans that seem to involve a lot of violence. Which isn't really my nature, but see, I don't think these people aren't. Yeah, that's what Lady spells like. We don't die and neither do they. I know. I can't even kill myself either. But it is a really good exercise to be angry enough to imagine that some people might not die, but they might not be there. Can we agree on that? Can we agree with that? Nobody needs to die, but they might cease to exist. Is that okay? But you're like, no, everybody gets to keep going on. Well, like even the sick MNFers doing really sick stuff, because that's just doesn't seem right. She's like, you can check out any time, but you can never leave. It's only hell because people are putting energy into the negative. I know, it's so hard. So hard. So I'm just, I'm happy. Okay. So heck yeah, it's okay. Okay, good. So, I mean, I hope that's about the whole, like, I can not wish any harm on anyone, but hope that something happens where they cease to be. But I do think that's what evil's here for, is to test how low someone will go to, gain them for their own gain. Right? And they're not just my gain, it's all the children of my children of my children, right? But actually you didn't even have children, or actually you brainwashed your own children to hate themselves so much they won't breed. They're like, oh, revere the earth so much, but hate yourself so much you won't breed. Anyways, I don't mean to. It's just a lot of people are baby haters, right? They don't even realize it. Oh, am I getting too dark? I'm trying to keep it clean, people. Yeah, only hell because people feed it. Yeah, but some of what those people are doing to feed that hell, if it's real, is like, where do they go? You know what I mean? You know, the ones like I made up a song. Okay, I don't sing for anyone, but I have sung a little bit here, I think already. Okay, so I will sing 99 live, people in the room. Oh, just wait. We're at a party in Hollywood. I got to set the stage. You're at a party with a bunch of rich people. And suddenly they're like, let's go into the basement for evening drinks. There might be some people with some robes on. I'm not sure. But anyways, the song of the night is like, you want to make sure you're not at a party where this song is sung. 99 live people in a room, 99 live people in the room. Take one down, pass it around. 98 live people in the room. It's not. Are they doing that still? See, I asked my aunt in 2020, who's a devout religious woman, if she knew about these non-God revering people who might be like killing people, right? And like doing stuff with their blood. And my aunt, she was sipping her tea, okay? She's like 75 years old and she's a Christian missionary. Right? I know we got feelings about those, okay? But just she's a good woman. She's a sweetheart. She's like, hello, hello. Anyways, I asked my aunt this question, if she knew that these people in the world were doing this, and she sipped her tea and she was like, I know, dear, they never stopped. I was like, oh no. Oh no. So are they just like, they're part of the feeding of hell, right? Those people are the hell that it is because they're feeding it. Do you guys think? Do you think? Or do you think they're not doing that at all? They might not actually be doing anything with the blood of anything. They may not be doing anything wrong with any of the children except for shipping them in trains to lands yet colonized, perhaps? Is that another theory we have, that all of this like disappearing of the people on the planet might not have anything to do with vampire tendencies, but all to do with maybe the sadness is just from being separated because they're not killing anyone. They're just putting them up in empty cities and making new cities. Let's see. Drum say, yes, Mary. Yes, we lift ourselves up with the high vibration, ascending, becoming unconditional love as the highest source is. Eventually we merge with we are God. Yes, that's beautiful. And then it's all been a pack of lies. Lady, you think all that stuff's a lies too? To drive us crazy, we have to choose another path to create a new earth. Scotty boy, are you saying interesting to the whole they're just shipping them out on trains into other realms where they think it's 2122 or 1922 still, and they've put them in all these costumes and they're like, you know? Oh, fire. Game I'm in. Let's see. Trying to see. I think something has been fucking with us for a while. Wasn't supposed to happen. We are pretty fucked. It's all perception. Yeah. All lies to create distraction and keep us mind controlled. I would love that. I would love that. Yeah, I do like the idea. See, I won't take it. I've already talked about, I think they colonized eternity. I can't convey what I see to you in words yet, but I'm going to work on it. I'm trying to get a YouTube channel started and, so I can work on that one because it's deep. But, the idea, I would like to take another, throw another one out there. I don't know if we die. Right? That might be another thing they're lying about altogether. I know I've seen people die, but they don't, who knows what they do? Who knows what they do when they take them into the basements of those buildings? What if the realm's so big that you take that person far enough away from the magnetic center, or whatever we're going to call it, the center of it, and like you take them far enough out or way down into hollow earth or way out into lands unknown, and they can actually de-quicken and become young again. So I don't know. Death might be a whole fucking lie too. Keeping us mind controlled. It's a big one too. That'd be a big one. I remember when I found out about death and dying, I was like, fuck, you got to make me sit in this classroom. I did the math. I was like, okay, so you told me people are going to die. And then by like grade 3 or 4, they're telling you life expectancy. And I'm like, life expectancy at 80, 82, right? I might not have learned fractional math, but right there, I learned fractional math. I was like 12 out of 82 or 72, maybe it was 72, 12 out of 72. They're going to make you sit for 1/6 of your life in these shitty classrooms. Unbelievable. No, I appreciate that, Pammy. I can totally try and dial it back here. It's a good point. It's a good point you make. You know, you can probably tell by my face going a little bit red. I am neurodivergent. I'm the first to admit that. I'm not trying to make an excuse of it, but sometimes I need the obvious pointed out to me, because I'm not, as much as I see the obvious, I don't see what's obvious to you, not obvious to me. So, no, I appreciate that pointing out. I could do my best, and maybe even some of the topics are too far-fetched. But I do know this much. I'm happy to stay for a few more minutes. I don't want to make it seem like awkwardly suddenly Pammy pointed this out and I got to go. That's not the case. But I am on somebody else's channel, and we were just kind of waiting to see if she came back. And she was saying that she thought she might have to cancel it soon because her phone, or go off soon because her phone was glitching. So we could also safely assume that she is not coming back and that I can say goodbye and thank you very much. Oh, look at that. Whoa, ho, ho, ho. I appreciate that, Pammy. I really do. It looks like she might be coming back. We'll see. Hi.
Hey,
I was
you did
just
it
about to
again.
go. I was literally saying, you know.
People who know this show know this happens to me. This happens to me. And it'll just all of a sudden we'll get to a point. I'm watching it. I'm trying to make sure that the plug is plugged in and it's charging as I'm talking, and it's not. And we'll get busy talking about something. All of a sudden, boom, the damn thing shuts off. And there's no power.
I might have,
no...
You'll have to go back and listen to what I talked about. I might have sworn more. Am I swearing more? Do I swear a lot? Or do I swear more a little? I'm like, have we noticed?
You might swear more alone? Okay, well, I don't care. I really...
Yeah. But still, no. It's okay. But still, I was on someone else's channel. I don't know if you got the child settings on. You know, it was, it was good. We had a good learning moment. And I'm happy to stay and hang out with you 2D, but I'm also happy to like go off and let you do your thing while people are here, and like whatever you want. Like,
I don't really care. I'm fine. You're fine. We're having a great discussion. I don't even care. If you want to hang out, you can hang out. I'm fine. If somebody else wants to hang out, they can hang out too. They can come on in.
Yeah. Max is there. Who else?
Want to come in?
I'm not picking on anyone. I've just been on panels with Max. I would love for anyone to come. Scotty Boy, Pammy Smith. No, I love it. She actually
pants or without. Yeah, without his pants, you can come in. I'm cool with that. I don't care. If Scotty comes in without his pants, though, don't do the remote viewing, okay?
What did you say? What did you say? Someone comes in.
If Scotty comes in without his pants, we better not do the remote viewing.
Yeah.
There is the link.
Max is in bed with no pants on.
Ah, okay.
So that means no remote viewing either?
No remote viewing right now.
Oh my gosh, if we have to not do remote viewing every time men don't have their pants on, we may as well just stop remote viewing altogether.
Well, there's times when I don't have my pants on, but I do when I have my show, when I do my show.
Yeah. Yeah.
I do, but just in case I have to jump up and go do something or something. But you have socks on. Well, okay, I'm so glad. Yeah, see, you have probably got yourself, Heather, you've probably got yours set for children, and mine is set for no children. No, I don't have any content for younger viewers on this channel. I don't want to run into any.
Max is saying he can put a sock on. He'll put,
Oh,
Scotty
he
Boy
can
said
put
he
a
had socks
sock
on. Max
on.
said he'll
Oh,
put
okay.
a sock on.
There you go. That'll work. See, it's all fixed very easily. When you're nervous, you swear more. Yeah, I do too. I swear more. So, no, it's no problem. It's just that I could run right back out of energy again. So I'm thinking I'm probably going to have to close it off soon because I'm at 4% and dropping. My phone, ever since there was an upgrade, and then all of a sudden my phone doesn't hold battery. And it just goes,
well,
you know.
And StreamYard uses up a lot of battery, right? Like way more than Zoom,
Yeah.
they say. Yeah, I was thinking actually about getting a Zoom. When I get my channel going, getting a Zoom. I used to do Zoom meetings for someone else's channel, and hold them, and he would set it up and assign me host, right? So I just had to be there to start it, and then assign them host before they even drop the link per se. And let alone corporate Zoom actually allows you to have people who can set up their own meetings as well, right? So if I got Zoom, I would be happy to coordinate with other channels to commit to not even, being a part of the show, just letting them use the Zoom link because once you assign someone a host, they're good. And anyone in the meeting, at least in Zoom, if someone gets kicked off, somebody else gets assigned host by default, right? So that way someone can hold down the fort if you wanted and stuff like that, right? But it's just better on everyone's batteries.
Okay. Well, it's a possibility. I think we need to get together and get our heads together on this and decide how we want to do this, because I think in my case I need something that does plug into the wall that is not going to run out of battery, but
I guess where you sit, there's no plug. Like you can because when my battery starts getting low, I sit somewhere where I got an extension cord and I got this.
Honey, it's been plugged in the whole time.
That's what I see. It's literally, that's what it is. It's like not even, I get it. Yeah. Yeah.
It's not even holding. Yeah.
Yeah.
And it keeps telling me that it's unplugged when it's plugged.
Oh, Lady Spellbreaker said she's backstage, but she thinks her phone won't last. Oh, she thinks your phone won't last.
Well, you could just be like me then. We really will be sisters in that. Hang on, let me get you in.
Okay, bring her up. I'm just going to go. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Hello, hello. Your energy is too powerful.
That's what you keep saying. Maybe it's so.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it's so.
So, maybe if you turn off your video even and do your voice, you could set the phone down and make sure it's plugged in and charging a little bit. And then you could get a little bit of charge back.
It tells me that it's plugged in. And then when I check the battery, it'll tell me that it's not plugged in.
That's weird. And plus it might be draining it faster than it's charging it because of the video. Streaming is really depletes your battery. And I was going to tell you, I use Prism live streaming when I do my Oracle cards. Mm-hmm. And that one drains my battery a lot less fast as well.
Okay, well then I could try that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll turn my picture off for a little while and see if that works.
And then
I'll turn the video off.
But it's
you. Hi, lady.
The disembodied voice of Dee.
Dee, do you have any other apps running too? Because sometimes that can. No.
Yeah.
I
always
shut everything off.
all the background apps if I can,
Yeah.
because it not
Yeah.
only eats up your battery, but your data, your everything. It slows everything down.
Yeah.
My computer will crash if I got 72 tabs open.
Right. And you know what? In the old days, I would have that.
Yeah, me
I would
too.
have 72 tabs.
And I would say, man, this sucker's going way too slow. Adobe Photoshop, it slows my whole computer down, and I cuss this computer out just trying to make a darn thumbnail.
I know. I
What
hate when that happens.
what streaming service did you say you used?
Me, for Oracle cards, I use Prism live streaming, and that's just for me to do
Yeah.
my Oracle cards. It's not for a panel.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
It's a
But
good
it's
one, though. Prism live.
Yeah. Cool.
So basically, if we use Prism, we can only do ourselves, not anybody else.
Yes, yes. So
Yeah.
if you want to
Okay.
do your Oracle card or your tarot or your medicine cards you're about to get, then you can do one. There's also Streamlabs is one that you can also do panels on.
Streamlabs is different from StreamYard.
Yes.
Yeah.
Streamlabs.
Sounded the same.
Different.
Obviously it's different, but
I need this written down, typed, and because honestly, I will not remember.
I'll put it in the chat. Prism. Well, you need to start having a notebook right next to you when you're live.
I do, because Ophiucus has a thing with notebooks, don't they?
Yeah, I'm sure they do.
You read that.
Too magical.
And I do. I have them all over the place, except when I need one. Then when I need one to write something down, it isn't there.
Yeah, I have to make sure I'm at my desk, because then I've got 75,000 notebooks, and everybody gives me all this information when I'm live, and it's almost like you wouldn't believe how many notes I have.
And it ends up written down on the back of an envelope that I forget and throw away, and
Yes.
and it's like, well, that didn't go very well, but anyway. Let's see, are we gaining any ground? No, but we're not losing any ground. I'm down to 2%.
That's good.
So I don't seem to be losing, but I'm not gaining either. So at least I can talk at you.
Yeah.
Hey. But honestly, I'm to the point where I'm going to have to come up with something, because I'm going to have to try some different stuff. And on my phone, it's so hard to do that. I really need a better device.
Do you have Wi-Fi?
Yeah. Yes.
I got a couple iPhones that are like other editions that I've upgraded, and I could send you one device that you could use for downloading stuff. I could clean it off. An old iPhone.
Oh, really?
Like an old
Ooh.
I got, I've been hacked and stuff so many times that I've got devices.
Yeah, see, that happened to my friend Tanya. You got a hacker. I had a hacker for a while. Tanya really got everything shut down on her. She's been through 24 different devices trying to get this guy shut down, and it hasn't happened.
Oh my gosh.
24 devices.
I can probably type one of these and send one with your stuff.
Okay, well, that would be really cool. I'm thinking I want to send you a pendulum, since you mentioned a pendulum.
I do.
I'm going to, and you don't have to use mine all the time, but I would think I would give you one. I might put a piece of this Jason actually dug up some stones, some crystals that I found are actually selenite. And you know, selenite, it purifies and charges everything else, right? So you never have to charge or purify selenite. So I am thinking I could send you that, and you'd have a little piece of Ohio.
And your energy.
Yeah. If I made you a pendulum with a little piece of a little crystal from Ohio in it, then you'd have a piece of Ohio. I'm going to make one for Gemini too for her birthday.
Oh,
So
that would be.
I think that would be really cool.
It would be. Thank you so much. You know, that's.
I haven't made it yet, but I will make one. I'll make it and see what I have to make a pendulum with. But I should be okay with it. I should be fine. There's a lot that I can do. I have some amazing stuff to work with here. I'm a very creative person, but I have all kinds of real stones. Bach Precision.
That's me asking Zaid if I'd seen him there before. He's familiar to me.
Oh.
You know, I Zaid at darn it, let me think. It'll come to me. Nina. What's her name? Nina the Mystic? The first time I went to her channel. Which was just the other day. A week ago?
I don't know that I've been there. I'll have to check it out.
And I honestly don't go all over YouTube that much. So
I don't either anymore.
No, I kind of stay to myself. It's draining of my energy, Dee, and I think you're feeling it too. We're being called to back away from a lot of things. You're already sleeping a lot, and I think it's draining our energy. It's interfering with our intuition even. That like we have to back away. I truly go where I can, when I can, divinely led by spirit, and it's almost like by chance that I run into people, and it's all divinely orchestrated. Like I stay off of YouTube during the day all day long. I'm outside or doing yoga and breath work. The only thing I do is do my yoga and breath work. I've been spending more time in your chat room than I have on YouTube, period. Oh, we lost her.
I was going to say, have you tried? I never do this, but and I should, because I'm actually someone who burns really easily in the sun. But I stay away from the sun more than I should for someone who's like, I'm human. I need some sunshine, right? That being said, it was told to me that one way to build up that that healthy relationship with the sun when you've kept your skin away from it so long is to sun gaze with your eyes closed at times leading up to the higher exposure and away from the higher exposure. You know, the more, you know, and one way that your skin shows it is by not burning. But I'm wondering less about sunburns and sunshine and more about the energetic rejuvenation that one can get from doing, I hear you say yoga and breath work. I just didn't know if you did any like sun recharging.
Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm really tan because I lay in the sun.
Nice. Good.
Moon, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, and Rahu, which is ruled by the sun. So
yeah.
I've been laying in the sun my whole life, and it's like almost like I could just let go. I think you should do in small doses.
Yeah.
You're just like 20 minutes in the morning when the sun is the most potent and most intense from 10 to 2, which is when I lay right in the sun.
Yeah.
I try to go when it's the most potent. And you might want to go like early in the morning.
Yeah.
Or later, like toward the evening when it's not as intense.
Yeah.
Let it in small amounts, because the sun actually does produce serotonin, which is very good for us.
Yeah. Very good for us.
Yeah, so it's good that.
And directly do you, so obviously when you're laying in the sun, you know, you've got your eyes closed, you've got the sun on your eyes. Have you ever do you purposely turn your eyes towards the sun with your eyes closed? Because that's what someone was telling me is
I open my.
you open them. Yeah. I know people can build up to that. You know, I'm like,
I know.
I work outside, so I do spend time in the sun. I work in a yard, in and out. It's not beautiful, but I'm right on the ocean. So, you know, it's nice to go out in the yard because you look out and there's the Olympic Mountains there and it's beautiful. Most people don't work in a warehouse on a oceanfront property. So I'm lucky, you know, but still I'm not necessarily, you know, taking the time to relate, right, to the sun while I'm in it, which I think is important.
And go meditate with it. Just be
Yeah.
still. The trick is, even with sun tanning, you just lay there and you just receive it. You're not telling the sun how to do its job or to do it faster. You're literally just laying there and just receiving it and saying thank you. It's really more about being still than looking for anything. And being open to receive. I guess maybe we're also on a search for gaining answers, clarity, looking for truth, going, that we're learning to be still and receive. You know, because the body wants to reject. When you first open your eyes, first of all, we've been told our whole lives that if we look at the sun, we're going to go blind. Yeah. And so we've all got our sunglasses on running around. And when I first started staring right into the sun, like my body wanted to reject it. Like I almost was like, oh, I'm going to go blind. And I stumbled backwards and stuff because we've been so conditioned to believe that it's going to make us go blind that it's almost like we're afraid to do it. And we start taking it in baby doses. Like when I'm out there laying in the sun, I open my eyes, you know, just a crack enough, because when it's noon or 1 o'clock and the sun is blazing out of the sky, your eyes can only open up so much. You're not like going out there with your eyes open. Your eyes are automatically going to want to shut. Our pupils get really small because it's too much brightness for us taking at once. Yeah,
interesting. Yeah, of course they would hide what's really healthy for you in something they've told you is going to kill you or make you blind, you know, like. And if you look at the metaphysical of some of the religious teachings, you know, or the beginning of the Bible, you know, being light, right, and there being word, and we know now that data can be transmitted via Wi-Fi, right? Then it only makes sense to me that it's not just about re-energizing or recharging, that you're actually accessing something that you're designed to have. That's what I meant by relate to, you know what I mean? Like to actually get all those benefits, you know, like, you know, download some info from the cloud, so to speak. Probably happens more easily when you're getting all balanced from healthy outdoor leisure, like, you know, literally. Right.
And honestly, I've been talking a lot about social media addiction and all of this. People are even getting mad at me. They don't want to hear about it. I'm not addicted to social media. I don't know what you're talking about. I might just be bored if the power went out. No, people would go through withdrawals.
Yeah. And I would like to say that as much as it started out with just it being the endorphins and stuff from the swiping, like I've grown to love people. Like I'm love that you and I are sitting here having this conversation, you know, relating. It does go with the fact that if we didn't have our screens on in our hands, you and I wouldn't be talking right now. You know what I mean? And we might be doing something healthier, but at least I know this is healthy. But I know for me, part of my addiction now is motivated by I've never had so much connection in my life. You know, I've never seen so many people that I want to learn from, you know, and the more people that I learn from, the more I know I can learn something from almost anyone. And ergo, it feeds into this cycle of I'm building community. I'm not addicted, right? But I'm with you. I've spent way too much time. My couch looks like Homer Simpson's.
That's
It
what
really.
I teach. You would probably love what I tell people to do on my channel is to go make sure you take care of yourself, make sure you take care of your space, because even in our mission to help others and connect with others, spending time on ourselves with ourselves and giving love back to ourselves is even as more important. You know, it's not that technology is evil. It's about
Mm-hmm,
balance. We need to have
mm-hmm,
balance and moderation in our lives and self-control and be able to, like, I've been doing a lot of yoga. A lot of
yeah.
times we have a hard time sitting with ourselves, and then our muscles are tensed up from all the stress and all the typing. We can become
Mm.
world's
And
fast.
sitting in one position for too long.
Yep. And
Yeah.
then floor posture. Yes, I know. I was getting migraine headaches, all of it. I
Yeah.
actually spoke on an addiction recovery channel, which is why I had to go. I was here and then I had to go because I had prior engagement to go talk on the addiction recovery channel. And so I
Mm-hmm.
think we're all coming together so fast. It's kind of amazing.
I love that. I know that it was probably a huge adjustment for a lot of people that went to regular meetings before the pandemic, but we're all so used to so many different lives were adjusted to relate online. I can only imagine that in some of the healing circles, people's skills 3 years later are honed in. You know what I mean? Like in terms of like surrounding yourself with people that you like, you know what I mean? And I don't know, I just feel like that sort of Zoom style meetings versus in-person meetings might have benefited a lot of people to really focus on their recovery in a different way. You know, it can be really anxiety inducing to go out into the world. And I don't know, I know I've had my own experiences with recovery in the past, and learned a lot, but would have benefited a lot from online, knowing that the people were available for more than an hour a day, you know,
Yes.
even if it's not in person.
It can be draining. It can be draining. It's all about moderation. Like, I try to come in at night if I have time. I've been spending a lot more time. My usage time went up because I've met D. And it says you've been on your phone a lot more lately because we're vibing at the same energy. And when you
Yeah.
meet those vibing, then it's a good thing. And so I
Yeah.
do pop in when I see her go live and all that. It's a good thing. Like Tommy asked me, and he's an addiction recovery channel called The Lifeboat.
Yeah.
And I just shared it over on my community tab, and he wanted me to help share the information I'm doing about breath work and yoga
Mhm.
and meditation and how we need to take our time to absolutely do that. And those moments of stillness so we can stop all the information coming from the news and all those things that are actually jacking up our belief system,
Mhm.
making us sick even and worried and all of that. Tuning into our intuition, like being still enough to hear our own thoughts above all the noise.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's great. And so I'm pretty sure it's harder on the, I think I'm going to look actually, because I know when I've met you on this page, we've been in the chat together before. But when I don't have a mod, if I'm a moderator, I usually subscribe to everybody. Yeah, I can see I already am because I can see I've already looked you up here before, but I'm going to. Let's see. Yeah, I'm subscribed. Oh, but not all notifications weren't on. That's why. Okay.
Sorry, I was leaving a comment on that show I was on earlier because there's so many people that are suffering and they're on so many different levels of in their recovery and in their addiction and even with mental health and things like that. And it's like those of us that are leading, it can become really draining for us because so many people have so many questions and it can be so overwhelming that all of this stuff is coming from 1,000 different directions and we've got to be able to stay balanced. So I'm glad, yeah, they don't automatically turn your notifications on at all. And they'll unsubscribe you. People are just going around hitting subscribe. And my best advice is to watch a couple short videos and hit the thumbs up and leave a comment to make an authentic connection. Because there's many promotion channels now, and so many people are trying to make all these channels grow rapidly that YouTube has gone wild since this pandemic. I started my channel in 2019, and I'll tell you, it seems like all hell has broke loose on YouTube, Instagram, everywhere. I thank God I don't have a TikTok. I've seen enough going on over on TikTok. It's almost like everybody's throat chakras are going all at once, and everybody's talking all at the same time, and they need to balance their dang throat chakras. Everybody's got all this information coming in, and it's going crazy. Some people are not talking. I've got some of my subscribers that used to talk when I first opened my channel, and they don't talk anymore because there's so much going on in my chat. They're probably just watching this. One of them even said, "Who are all you people?" My channel grew so fast that
I know
subscribers have quit talking. The ones that were first there when there was no chat and I was just reading a book and it was just them two there. They don't even talk anymore, but they're still there.
Oh, I know it. I spent 2 years on the same channel actually, and we actually met for I don't know, a good 8 months of that year. We met as a group like 6 days a week. Like that's a huge commitment. You know what I mean? Like, and then there's for different reasons. I might have been working, or the guy hosting the channel, went down to 2 days a week or whatever. But it never really grew past, at most maybe there was a few one-offs we did that had like 35 or 50 people in the chat. Most of the time it was like, between 18 and 28 or whatever, right? It's nice, manageable. And he always wanted to grow. And I've seen lots of my friends' channels grow, and it's nice, but I'm selfish. I like the little chats, I like being in little chats, right? So it's intimate. So I appreciate that. I know there's some mods share links to all the people on a page, and that got me wanting to know the people better, right? So, and it's good. I do go around and I do try to catch up and watch as much as I can. But when you've subscribed to 15 new channels just because you found people in a chat, you're not going to, if you've got your regular thing going and you're questioning your screen addiction, maybe, maybe you're not going to get to those people as quickly as you think, right? Yeah. So that's a really valid point. I do usually watch, and most often I've found, it's actually rare I'm unsubscribing, to be honest, right? If anything, it's more like I've got to find the time to balance out I'm subscribed to a lot of channels out of loyalty, people that help wake me up. But now I sit there, I haven't watched some of their videos in 6 or 8 months, but I like seeing what content they're producing. I can tell by their channel, that by the title, I'm in the vibration with them, right? So I don't want to be out of the loop just because I don't watch your shit, right? You know what I mean? I want to know what you're still doing,
what's helping, I tell my people, even when you don't have to unsubscribe from everybody, you can turn the bell off and go back and check or whatever. But I think I tell people think about first of all, how many hours a day do we spend on YouTube? Is a good question I've been asking lately. How many hours a day are we spending socializing versus taking care of ourselves? And who's giving you the best advice that's helping you with your growth? Not even just
Yeah.
waking up, but with your healing. Who
Yeah.
is teaching you to spend more time on YouTube, and who's telling you to spend more time meditating and self-care and eating healthy? And you know what I mean? I've got one of my subscribers that she spends a lot of time on there, and I'll say, maybe you need to take a week off. You're looking really tired, and a good friend will tell you that. A good friend
Yeah.
will tell you if you've got a booger on your nose, and if you are looking tired, and if maybe you need to take a break. They're not going to encourage you to keep draining yourself.
Mm-hmm.
A
Mm-hmm.
good friend will tell you, I'm sorry, Rebecca, you look a little tired. Maybe you need a rest. Maybe you
Yeah.
need a holiday for a weekend. I've
Yeah.
had, it was Mother's Day without my daughter. I was like, I think I need to take a break. And one of my subscribers said, take some time off. And I was like, thank you. Thank you for telling me that,
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you for not saying, oh, but we need you here, and trying to
Yeah.
feel guilty if I need to take some time off.
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
they go back and watch my old videos, that is timeless information, a book
Yeah.
I read that
Yeah.
have an expiration. Nothing got an
Yeah.
expiration. If they can't go back and watch my old stuff, if they need my information that bad, they're here to socialize. If they
Mm-hmm.
need me live, if they need the chat room on, it's because they're more socializing, and maybe they're
Yeah.
lonely. That they
And they
can't
need
go
to.
back and
Yeah.
listen to a video without.
Yeah.
And now I was realizing just how much it drained me and how much I need to take care of my own self.
Yeah. Yeah. That actually reminds me of before I was on YouTube, and learned about how much I could really be on YouTube and learn stuff. I used to spend a lot of time on Facebook, and that amped up in 2020. I wasn't doing as much of that until we were homebound. But that being said, I had been following a neurodivergent autistic woman for a few years on Facebook, and she was sharing some really, some memes that you could tell, like people were like, oh, ha, ha, like that's funny, right? But it was actually like she was really struggling, right? It was like she was really struggling through something, and everyone was just relating to her, but no one was seemed to actually be concerned for her, as you saw these few memes coming across where they were, kind of half joking about dealing with your own problems and stuff, right? And I remember going on one time and telling her, like, you are you okay? That's all. I just went on. I was like, are you okay? Like, because I've been laughing at these memes for about a week now, and it's taken me too long, I think, as your follower, let's say, or whatever it is, you can get so amused and entertained by people, you can forget that they're people almost behind those memes. She wasn't doing lives. She's not doing, she wasn't talking, right? And as a neurodivergent woman, she really let her populace push her around, right? She let them tell her what was right and wrong and what to say and not say. So after she had, after we connected in a way that she kind of remembered me for a bit, I remember also at one point coming to her defense, because she was always apologizing for offending people. And I was like, this is your channel, right? This is your page, right? Like, this, you do you. Like, what are all these people telling you to do? Like, I mean, you're welcome to take their advice, but you start bossing around an empathetic, sensitive, kind, inclusive person like that, anyways. So I think it's nice to see that you're that your your friends on your page took care of you like that. Your friend, I should say.
Yeah, that's good. And so many people are hiding behind positive quotes, and they're not doing well. They're
Mm-hmm.
saying, and that's the name of a grief book. Actually, it's okay that you're not okay. It's
Yeah.
okay we're having a bad moment, because people won't even really know if we're struggling unless we say it. And that's why it's even very important to not only be authentic, but if we
Mm-hmm.
need to, have resources that we can reach out to somewhere in case of a crisis. Boom, and she's back again. This had just happened the other day, so that's cool. And it's very, very important that we be welcome back, sister.
Hello there. Well, I'm going to try shutting off the cam again and see if it does any good at all. But anyway, I'm sure you guys have been fascinating while I've been gone, so there's no problem here. Like I said, I'm not the kind of prima donna that has to be the only thing on the show.
You're
So,
very
I'm the
gracious.
kind of prima donna that's different kind of prima donna. But no, hello?
Hello?
Oh, I'm hearing music. Maybe it's one of you guys.
It's my flutes. My native.
Oh, I hear it now too.
It's not Ohio. Uh-oh. We've got Ohio Woo Crew up there, and it's Galactic Woo Crew. Ah, shoot. Maybe, I don't know. I don't understand I'm going to have talk to Pam. Anyway, so what you been talking about? Anything good? Let me look back here. You got the links for what? What are we linking?
Social media addiction and self-care.
Oh.
Staring into the sun for downloads. We've been talking. I honestly have so many downloads coming in. I think it's because I lay in the sun so much. And I just squint my eyes and let enough light in. And I've got I'm really talking about how much we need to, this is a hot topic everywhere, that we need to relax and let the information come to us. The less we seek, the more it will come to us. That's the name of the video I was just listening to. The less you seek, the more you'll find.
That's the motto of the day. I've had that lesson said to me in different aspects, but someone was talking this morning to me about more not necessarily being better, which I already knew that on some philosophies, but that less is more. Yes. Less can be more.
Less is more. Like right now, I quit smoking cigarettes and Mary Jane. And now I have oil that I use. I don't smoke anything, and it feels fantastic to say I don't smoke. Sorry, I don't smoke. My lungs.
Yeah.
Not sorry. I'm saving a whole lot of money just by switching oils. So I'm using minimal amounts as needed, not as a means of a maladaptive coping skill. And my lungs are healing. I got 35 days, no Mary Jane. Woohoo!
Good for you.
Well, no smoking at all, huh? Yeah, it's healing.
I chain smoke. But I started vaping when they switched my tobacco recently. I was going to have to start finding a new tobacco. And I smoked a very high home rolled, high quality tobacco, and they just went low grade on me. So, and I knew I'd really spend a lot of money trying to replace it. So I just went and bought a vape, and I have my tobacco and my weed, but my tobacco is cut in half how much I've been spending and how much I've been smoking, which is great. This doesn't cost that much, and the puffs have way less nicotine in them. So I'm working on it.
Well, you'll be stepping away more as you need to. And it's like, do you do breath work at all, Rebecca?
I should.
I've been doing breath work twice a day, and I really think that that's helping me. Like, I think my spirit guides are guiding me to step away. My intuition is better without the weed. I'm not clouded in my head. I've got so many intuitive downloads coming in. It's my coming back. I didn't even realize, if you go look up THC, it does shut off your dreams, because it dampens them. That is why people are doing it for sleep, because it turns off activity. And so for the first time, my dreams are back alive. It ceases. It's kind of like the way psychotropic medications can work and shut off nightmares and shut off flashbacks and shut off memories and things. In the same sense, I think everything should be used in moderation. So I've got, if you look at my channel, I've got breathwork meditation, and there's also apps. One is called Othership, that's got breathing meditations in it, and the other one is called Breathe With Me. No, it's not. Take a deep breath.
Take it to your breath.
Take a deep breath.
Oh, take a deep breath.
Yeah, I put them in the chat, and I can actually get that channel. They do have a YouTube channel, so you don't have to download the app. I think a lot of it when I was smoking was anxiety. There's box breathing for a longer exhale for calm. This is what they just talk about.
Poor James Ortiz needs some intentions that he get better care. He says, they served me a glop of eggs, no toast, no bacon, no drink, nothing when they served him dinner.
Oh,
this is not right.
So sorry to hear that.
This is just not right. You need to get, you know what? I'm going to see if I can get a hold of Stephanie and ask her what you can do about that, because she's studying for paralegal. But there's got to be something you can do about that, because that just ain't right.
I'm so sorry to hear that, James. Yeah, my grandma is in an assisted living home, and she's losing her mind. Her dog just died, and she went and got another dog. They said she could have a different dog. And the dog they gave her looks just like her dog that died. I'm almost shocked. She came by with it tonight, and she's not doing well. Our elders are not doing well in the assisted living homes either, you guys. We do need to keep them in our prayers.
We really do.
And because they're not doing good with technology. My grandma, she liked to shoot her television just trying to learn how to set the mother trucker up. And it's like technology is advancing so fast that our dear elder, she's about to be 85, or she is 85. They won't make it with this technology. This stuff was not around. They did not grow up playing freaking Nintendo. They don't even know how to use all this stuff.
I know it. Well, hey, I'm 65 and I had to do a lot of catching up. You
Yeah.
know, I had to teach myself to do some coding. When I was working on the VR game stuff, I had to teach myself some coding. I had to teach myself all kind how to I had to and actually there were people that were helping me learn too, but honestly, it was a lot. It was really there is a real learning curve there. If you don't grow up with it, it's harder. It's way harder. I used to make a joke. Hey, we got a technical problem. Is there a 12-year-old around somewhere we can borrow to fix it?
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, because they grew up with it, they can fix it much easier than we do. We know how to do. But
They're programmed.
yeah. Ah,
And it's
Peter.
lonely. My grandma's very depressed. I just called her today and said, "How are you?" And she just burst into tears. Um, and it's about her dog. And they were forced into their assisted living places. They were all given their freaking shots, tricked into getting them, and they're all sitting around watching the telly, watching the news, which is absolutely horrible for their mental health. And they're depressed. My grandma is so freaking depressed that it's not good. She's getting hacked
Um,
on social media. It's disgusting because predators out there go for naive people who are just gonna click on things. It's become
yeah.
Mhm.
a dangerous place for the elders.
You
Mhm.
know, guys, I'm still losing battery. I'm gonna have to
All
pull
right.
it
Well,
down
I
soon.
can't stay much longer anyway, guys. I got to do
And
my.
you know what? You know what
Mhm.
though? Man, we had a great stream here. I mean, I just the way I said, I don't know what's going to happen. Could be anything. There could be anything going on. And there was, right?
Yep.
That's
Well,
exactly what we had. We had everything going on, including some shutdowns. So I'm really glad to have you guys on once again. I feel honored to know you all. I love you. I have to say, each and every one of you adds so much to the show, and even our impromptu guests very much to the show. I'm very happy with the way the show turned out, and you're welcome to come back and talk anytime, and you know that.
I
Okay.
I really appreciate you having me up on just like I clicked the link. Who's that lady? I'm like, the same last name. I've been in the chat for a while, but I'm like, oh, come on. I saw you and Pam. I really appreciate, and you lady, I really appreciate it. I've never been on an all women's panel. I got to watch myself interact with women differently. I'd like to take those skills out to my other panels and see why am I behaving differently in a room. I know, I'm just saying it was really on so many levels, like way more than that. You guys are an inspiration, and I feel blessed and gifted to know you and be here. So thank you.
Thank
I'll see you on the
We're gonna
next.
get together, and I'm gonna have you on as a guest, and we'll have Lady Spellbreaker on again as a guest, and we'll have whoever wants to come up here again. We'll have Max or John as a guest again at some point. And I am very happy to have guests. I'm really enjoyed this. I really, really enjoyed it, guys.
It's
I'm
been
Me
just
fun.
so
too.
sorry that my phone is getting all the just it's
It's all
old.
right.
It's a really, really old phone.
Well,
It's like 7 years old or something. So
Well,
it can't hack it anymore. But there is some kind of a device that you can get that helps your phone charge fast. I
mhm.
may look into that, but I think it's like
mhm,
$60 or something.
Well, and hold
mhm.
on, because I'm gonna restore this other iPhone that's just sitting over here in a box, and I'm gonna
Okay.
give you one. It's an old
Um,
iPhone SE special edition. It's not like a 12 or anything, but it's better than a lot of things. It's better than nothing.
Well, sure, it's better than something that can't hold a charge.
Yeah.
Oh, well, thank you so much, Mary Wins. And thank you all. And Pammy, will you please quit thinking that people don't want you around? We want you around.
Pammy
I'm
taught me a
about to
lot
smack
tonight.
you, girlfriend.
Pammy helped
Yeah,
me a lot while you were gone. Pammy taught me a lot while
Pammy,
you
we
were gone. It was
want
good.
you around. We like you. We want you around. We don't want you to go anywhere. Just quit thinking that way. That's a very negative way to think, and it's not true. It's just not true. We really we're really not trying to insult anybody here. We're
Yeah.
just stating our opinions here. That's all we're doing. Okay.
Well, I will
And
keep an eye.
if you disagree, then you disagree. And that's good. It's fine. Disagreement is good too. I don't care. Okay. I love y'all. Once again, truth is where you find it. That's my saying. And what that means is it could be anywhere, but mostly it's inside you. And from Little Cowboy, who wants his belly rubbed, right there he is, and me, I would like to say, let people know how you feel. But when you love them, say, I love you. It won't hurt. And yeah, love one. Exactly. Love one. And thanks for being here. I will see you again soon. And I'm not sure when, but if not before, it'll be Sunday. And I'm not sure when, but it'll be Sunday. And then I'm going to try to be on Friday. I don't know when, but I'll be on Friday because it's the full moon, and it's my full moon, so it's my full moon.
Yeah, and we'll be doing our part 2 oracle cards tomorrow evening, and Alex numerology on Friday at 1. So that is your full moon. The moon Saturday. The 3rd.
Oh, the full moon is Saturday.
It'll be coming in real strong on Friday if you go live, so that's good.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Is Friday just seems to be the day that I need to come in and do that. And well, just wait a minute. When is yours? Yours is
My second part is tomorrow. Part 2 of the oracle cards, because I'm going to do the herbs and
But
get
wait a minute, are you going to be on Friday too? Because I don't want to come in right on top of you.
No,
I want to go to your thing.
So at 1 o'clock for a couple hours doing life path numbers and numerology. So you can come in.
Okay.
We'll just be live for 2 or 3 hours. That's it. From like 1 to 3 or 4. So you come live.
Okay, so that is your hours and not my hours. Mine, I'm over here in the east.
Yeah.
So
Central time, right behind you in Illinois.
okay, wait a minute.
When I'm going live. 1 o'clock.
What?
1300 hours. I said 1 o'clock.
Oh, okay.
I do universal time. It works better with my astrology charts. I'm on a week. I'm not like on my clock right now says 22:05. Mm-hmm. Not 10.
And thanks, Rebecca. You were, really, it was cool to have you step up and come on up.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Both of you. Okay, and okay, that's it. I'm getting loopy because I'm getting tired now. I'm out of battery and I need to rest.
Okay. Much love, ladies. Talk to you soon.
All right.
And I don't want to go, but I have to go. Okay.
I know I don't want to go either, but I have to go.
I know.
Okay.
Take care of yourself.
See you back here or out there in YouTube land. Bye, friends.
All right.
All right.